and welcome back to the final day of the Dead by Daylight Mobile Knights of Terror tournament. It's been a long, several months, I think 2 months from start to finish on this thing.
Yeah, because all these teams did start with that 128 team point race bracket.
I mean, kudos to the teams we have here today. You guys have really been showing up and showing out. So welcome back, everybody. My name is Dylan. I'm joined by our lovely co-host here,
Steven, a longtime Dead by Daylight community member. And I mean, it has been just so much fun to be here these past couple of weekends to watch these awesome games, just to cheer on these teams and to commentate this amazing tournament.
It's been a bit of a blast from the past, just seeing some of the days of old, right? That's kind of what we're living in a little bit. So thank you all for being here. Of course, remember to follow at DBD Mobile on all of the appropriate social medias, and be sure you tune into all the live stream chats today. There are going to be several codes for DBD Mobile given away to give you various different in-game items, blood points, etc. So keep your eyes peeled there. Today, incredible matches. We're just trying to dive in fast here. We've got a great, I think, losers and then grand finals. So
yeah, I mean, this is going to be the final 2 matches of this tournament here. We're going to be starting out with the losers finals, which will be a best of 3, and then moving on after that to the grand finals, which will be endgame versus the winner of RSK versus 4AM, and that is going to be I know. We've been talking that up. We were talking that up yesterday too. That what was it? Yeah, that RSK was the team that knocked 4AM down to the lower bracket, and so yeah, this is a bit of a grudge match. We're going to see. You know, it's sort of like this will be a rematch for the century here. Well, I don't know about the century, but definitely for these couple of weekends.
Large span of time, probably for the month. Yeah, no. Looking at it now, we're going to be looking RSK versus 4AM. Like I said, or like what Steven said, RSK did bump 4AM down to losers, so we're looking. I kind of want to see 4AM make a comeback. I think that's a good story. But regardless of what comes out of that, whoever wins there goes on to face Endgame, which really showed up yesterday. I think when we looked at what we saw yesterday, Endgame was a little sloppier with their survivor plays, and I just don't think that that's going to go unpunished in a finals sort of environment, but also I didn't think it'd go unpunished the way it did yesterday. So
yeah, and I mean, if RSK does make it through their match and up to the grand finals, that's going to be a bit of a revenge there too, because Endgame was the ones that knocked RSK down to the lower bracket yesterday.
Yeah, either way, this is going to get pretty juicy. There's going to be some grudge match happening at some point, kind of no matter what. Just kind of really starting off RSK 4AM, and then I mean, if RSK goes forward, then we're getting double grudge, right?
That'll be. There's a lot of vengeance in a very short period of time here.
Yeah, I mean, if it goes any way that we saw it kind of yesterday go, was double Billy bans, double Spirit bans. Yep. The finals here, like I said, best of 5. Just to reiterate kind of the rule set that we've had in the best of 3s, it's just going to be a little bit more amplified here. So really what's happening is there is the first map, and that is team playing killer and then flipping and then playing survivor. There is a ban from each team for the other team coming out there, and then progressing on from that, there's a second map, and then they are playing that and then flipping roles, and there will be a second ban before that. So they're going into this best of 3 RSK versus 4AM. There are going to be 2 killer bans, but
yeah, I'm expecting Billy bans on both sides. That's kind of been the theme we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect anything else. At least from the start, Billy has just been way too strong.
Yeah, I mean, Billy's dominant. Just a monster,
right? Which is, I'm relishing. You don't get to say that every day, right? After this, we leave this dream world where it just isn't the case.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since Billy has been a top 3 killer. Back when you saw, Doom Engravings and Tuning Guide.
I almost feel like Billy was a top killer when the game launched, and then that was it.
Well, I mean, I think the way I understand it has been told to me from some real veterans of the game. Like right around the launch of the game, people didn't really understand how to control that curving on Billy's chainsaw. So everybody tried him, and he's like, "This is unplayable. This killer sucks." And Trapper was the meta killer because he could shut down the infinites.
Yeah, that's always a fascinating thing to talk
I know, just so wild how far he's fallen.
Yeah.
But yeah, then once people started to get better at controlling that curving sensitivity, then Billy really started to come into the meta. And yeah, it was just it's been a long time. A lot has changed over the years.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming here. And I'm really excited. As we move on from the best of 3 sort of environment into a best of 5, we're going to see kind of those bans that we talked about, right? Because nothing will be determined without at least 3 matches being played.
Yeah.
from there's a high chance that we see 4 matches. And after 4 different maps, we're going to see 4 bans kind of coming out here. And that's going to really take out, Spirit, Oni, Billy, Nurse. Those are the 3 right now,
yeah,
right?
Which, I mean, we've been seeing a surprisingly small number of Nurse bans throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
And we've seen some kind of inconsistent performances from our Nurses when she does get played.
Yeah.
And so I really do wonder, maybe these teams are a bit more confident against the Nurse. Yeah. That they're maybe not so... They don't feel it's maybe so necessary to ban her in this setting.
Yeah, I think that's a big piece of sort of the set dressing to put up here, is saying that, like, okay, Nurse actually has either there is a mechanical barrier that's really just not worth it to play her, or these teams are so practiced against Nurse that the potential inconsistency there is not worth bringing into the table. But either way, we have seen far less Nurses, and when we do see a Nurse, it's usually far later in a set after some bans have come out, right? It's more like a necessity instead of a go-to.
Yeah, though I have to say, I am excited to see our first best of 5 of the tournament. Frankly, just for the sake of seeing what happens, I'm hoping we go to a Game 5 so we can see that full set of 5 killer bans. And because when you're, in this sort of format, right, where you don't have necessarily like a specific subset of killers that you're forced to pick from, we've been seeing a lot of those sort of constant high power level, like sort of comfort picks. We've been seeing like Spirits, Onis, Billies when he's not banned, the occasional Nurse. We've seen a couple of Hags with mixed performance, but like once you start to sort of break down those big 3, right, those like Spirits, Onis, Billies, once you start to get beyond that, that's definitely where things are starting to get a little bit less consistent, a little bit less predictable.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Taking a look at some of the matches yesterday, kind of speaking of consistency, we're going to take a look at some of the great sort of highlights we had. Really good Spirit plays going out yesterday. For the most part, very few sort of mistakes happening. RSK there doing a great job with their ace, getting the whiff out. And I believe this was against Endgame, who had a really strong Spirit showing here.
Yeah, I mean, Endgame Spirit looked extremely clean in these matches, and that's a big part of why I'm expecting a pretty early Spirit ban. I'm expecting from, I'm expecting from 4 a.m. probably the pretty standard Billy ban, but immediately followed by banning that Spirit, because it looked so good.
Yeah, I think the sort of modern kind of what we've seen has been that Spirit is game 1 and then flipping to something a little bit stranger in game 2 once both teams kind of ban the Spirit. So kind of getting that out of their system a little bit early. Really good patience here on endgame Spirit, just not coming out too soon of that phase, doubling back, just being really patient, understanding the time they have.
Yeah, and especially considering that Spirit went out of her phase is a 4.4 meter per second killer, right? It is so important to land those phases accurately and to make sure it's okay to take a little bit of extra time to guarantee that hit. And yeah, I remember that. The no way out, we were sitting there. The 1 minute mark passes on the end game timer. The Fung taps that door, and the Spirit's like, "Oh, well, I got you now."
Yeah, RSK had such a strong, like a much stronger showing at the beginning of that because of some RNG elements. But their Spirit was so much better. Their survivors just end up dropping later in the day, and we see that here. That Oni actually pulled a 2K off during this match, which it was a very long, very drawn out process. A lot of patience.
Yeah. Oh, this was funny. The Dwight just sitting in a corner. I mean, he's got the same. His shirt's the same color as that tile. I mean, how do you see him?
Yeah.
He blends right in.
And this is actually what changed everything yesterday. The RSK pick for Wraith, I think, was a little bit too dicey, and against an Oni that had a 2K, RSK just fell just a little bit short and couldn't quite capitalize enough as fast, which makes sense. Wraith is not as strong a killer.
Yeah, but it was really tough. Our Wraith in that match was put into a lot of difficult situations where, they're chasing someone who they know probably has a decisive strike, so they left them down, they'd pick themselves up with Unbreakable, and then your pressure just evaporates a little too quickly. You really have to make a solid decision. You can't really go back and forth like that.
Really good job here, 4 a.m. Trying their best against Rarity, and Rarity doing a fairly good job with their Oni.
Oh yeah, these blinks were so clean. Yeah, right there, but then the Dead Hard comes out.
Really frame perfect Dead Hard from Rarity. Rarity put up a very good fight yesterday, but going into that second sort of phase just wasn't able to really keep up the way that they had hoped they would have.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, we're down to the top 3 teams, right? Everybody has more than earned their spot here.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just... I'm really excited for these matches because I'm excited to see some really good play from both sides, and I don't know. I've been looking forward to this for a week and a half now, catching these final couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, if we take it back to some of our first sort of matches here, we saw just a lot of inconsistency, a lot of experimentation. It was very fun, but there were just a lot of fumbles or a lot of 5-0s and dry matches. But now we're really getting to those more contentious neck-and-neck sort of showouts, and that's going to be really interesting to see. It looks like our first map for the day has been deemed as Rotten Fields. I want to confirm that that's correct. That is a wild first pick for the day.
Yeah, I am very surprised by that. Considering we actually was our last match of yesterday Rotten Fields, or was that somewhere in the middle? Because I know we did play on Rotten Fields yesterday.
It's all a mishmash.
Yeah, but we did see Rotten Fields yesterday, and it led to a pretty interesting game. You saw some highlights just before that we had an Oni on one side and a Wraith on the other, and it was really interesting the way those two matches played out so differently. Not even necessarily in terms of the result, but in terms of the way that the sort of match flows,
the
right?
Strategies and
yeah, because against a Wraith, you can really kind of play aggressive in the early game. You have all of those resources are, I don't necessarily want to say more valuable, but maybe a little bit more consistently useful against a Wraith than versus an Oni, for example. And it's really interesting to see kind of the way the survivors were able to play so much more aggressively throughout the match when they were against a Wraith.
Yeah.
Because against an Oni, one of the common strategies we've seen as we're getting into these later rounds, these teams who are maybe a little bit more well-versed in the competitive play styles and in the way that their killers want to play as well, that you end up seeing a lot more stealth sort of on and off throughout the match against an Oni. Because that early game, so important to not give that first hit.
Yep.
Just deny that first chase as long as possible. Wait out, usually the Corrupt. Take that 2 minutes, just chill, play it slow.
Yep.
And then in the mid-game, once you start to see that power get rolling, once you start to see him having that Blood Fury available, as soon as you hear that map-wide audio cue, that roar that lets you know the Oni's powering up, I mean, everybody just goes right to the edge of the map. They're hiding. They're like, okay, it's cool if we don't get any gens done, as long as no one goes down.
Yeah, that really was a big difference. With Oni being able to drop you regardless of your health state, we definitely saw that war of attrition, right? Of he's popped his power, let's hang back. We don't want to burn resources. We don't want him to be able to down 2 of us. We don't want to make our presence known. Once he's out of his power, then we will get back on gens, right? We'll make up whatever time we lost in waiting. But yeah, with the Wraith, it's definitely like he can't really insta-down you or, even trying to force his perks. It takes a lot more effort, and he's still, slower. And yeah, we saw instantly getting into a first chase, but survivors instantly being able to get on gens. There was not that sort of delay or that slowdown. People were far more confident in being able to get those things done. And we even saw maybe that confidence leading to a bit of like a sort of hubris. We saw Ace healing just right in front of the Combine.
Yeah.
No pallet in sight, and really was minimally punished for it because Wraith just not having the capability to necessarily keep up.
Yeah, and it's so difficult as a Wraith to really maintain that pressure against teams that play this efficiently with the defensive tools available to them. Like recognizing that, like, if you have that DS and Unbreakable like on hand, ready to use, going down after being unhooked is really not that big of a deal. No. Like, it almost creates an opportunity for your teammates to apply gen pressure because the killer is then put in a position where it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, right?
Exactly.
Like, if you pick them up, you eat the decisive strike, you reset the chase. But if you leave them down, they pick themselves up with Unbreakable. So it puts you in a pretty difficult situation, especially on a killer like Wraith who doesn't have as strong of a chase power that you really need to shut down the resources the survivors have available to them.
Exactly. So going into map 1 here, Rotten Fields, we're going to see the Spirit, which does actually change the dynamic of this map. It has some good and some bad to it that we'll get to talk about. But 4 a.m. killing first, RSK kind of on their back foot, playing defensive on that first one with their survivors. The big thing about Rotten Fields is obviously the fields of corn. The interesting thing to understand about the Spirit is when she phases, she is invisible to the survivors. But if she disturbs things like brush or the corn, if she's moving through that corn, it will sway the corn back and forth, and that's going to sort of give the survivors a little bit of leeway on understanding where she is, even if they're not sure at the start.
Yeah, I mean, I am very excited to see this match, and we are loaded in now. The survivors, it seems like we're doing the usual, playing it slow. no need to take any risks in the early game. It seems like a pretty good set of spawns for these survivors, with everybody starting the match out pretty split. So if our killer does find someone, which it seems like is a little unlikely, as the survivors are very much just stealthing it out.
Yeah.
They're only going to be able to pressure one person, and I would bet you, with the communication we've been seeing from this caliber of survivor team, as soon as someone's in chase, all 3 other survivors are on gens.
It's so necessary for the Spirit not to just walk up and see if somebody's on a gen, but to really start probing at some of these sort of areas that are going to obfuscate them, trees and the insides of tiles, right? And this is what we saw with the Oni, is like the hardest thing on this map for Killer is, one, it's so big, it's hard to maneuver. Really good catch here on the Kate. Coming back to it, Ruin. We see Ruin going off there.
Yeah, and also no corrupt intervention. This is looking to be the first hit. A good play from the Spirit. I'm not so sure for our Kate playing the small side of that loop.
Right.
That's maybe a bit of a mispositioning from our survivor.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Ooh, that is going to be a really fast first down against RSK. RSK sort of dropping that right there, which was, well, it's very interesting to talk about that. Of the Kate going the short side, which is so much easier to mind game as the killer, giving her less space to react and throw the pallet. I don't really, maybe this is just the warm-up match. There's a lot more to be seen, but really good movement from the Spirit going to a hook where they can run somebody off a gen and get that Ruin value while it's up. Yeah,
and also one thing that's important to note, Fung sprinting away from the generator, though also I believe it was Nia who was working on that gen together with Fung, staying hidden in the area and letting Fung draw the killer's attention away to the opposite side of the map.
This isn't necessarily a bad position to be in. Really big swings coming out there, and Fung is going to try to connect this to this other tile, probably pre-throw that pallet there. Yep,
yeah, that's good. Yeah, and before the power comes back online, just break the pallet, buy yourself some time, and here comes the phase.
Now, I'm really kind of impressed right now with the killer. They've done a pretty good job so far, but we do look at the survivors. Only have one gen at 93, 95. It's about to pop, but the other gen's about 15 to 20%, which is not significant for having 2 hooks right now. This pace doesn't really indicate much the game can change, but typically I would expect to see just a little bit more gen progress than what we have.
Yeah, I think that sort of slow early game potentially backfiring just a little bit, because the Kate was the first survivor to get on a gen, and she was also the first one to be found.
Yeah, exactly. It really just, and again, Hex Ruin being up, the team deciding to not go for that totem early is sort of going to hurt them if this killer can sort of corral them to do gens that are in less advantageous spots for the killer.
Yeah, and also just a small note of something that I think is important for our audience to be aware of is that if you saw the killer sort of standing still on that ramp up to the Combine while they were phasing, something important to note is that even if the survivor does have Iron Will, when they slow vault a window, they do make a noise that is audible to the killer, and the killer can use that to their advantage.
Now, we do see the Spirit sort of choosing to disengage with that Nia a little bit and maybe try to come back to the hook, though they did that very slowly and kind of gave some space here. There's been a good minute and a half without much happening for them, and this minute and a half could be game defining if they can't get into a chase and start sewing something up a little faster.
Yeah, especially considering that Ruin is still active, a generator being worked on 60% and climbing.
It doesn't seem like she
did they
saw
not?
the Kate.
Oh no, I think they saw. Yeah, they're aware.
That took them. I was like, oh, okay. This would be Kate's second hook. This is not a bad chase to take right now. And again, we talk about that disengagement with the Nia. Nia had not been hooked yet, right? You really have to think about not how many hooks can you get.
Oh, the prediction to swing through the pallet as the Kate goes around the outside.
Is this a potential stun?
No, he doesn't get
trying.
there in time.
He's hoping, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, right now knowing that, like, okay, Kate's been hooked, Fung's been hooked, you can't really afford to hook another survivor. You don't have the time.
Yeah, I mean, I expect to see a pretty solid focus here between bouncing back and forth between Kate and Fung until someone's out of the game at this point in the match. Because this is 2 gens done without too much progress on any of the other gens, as well as that Ruin still active.
Being up. And we've talked about this before, but leaving Ruin up for longer than the first 2 minutes could spell death. If the killer can start to snowball, build that pressure, get a hook, get into another chase, it really slows down the game. Yeah, there we go. But, I mean, we're looking at the gen totals now. We're looking at 13 and 16%. Nothing else on the board. And a Pop Goes the Weasel still in the pocket. And No Way Out, still having at least 2 stacks right now.
Yeah, and I definitely expect we are going to see sort of just that finishing out the game, getting that Kate dead.
Ooh.
I'm assuming we're going to maybe take a second for the power to recharge, eat the DS, and then just try and Follow. Yeah, there it is.
That was a little, yeah.
I was going to say,
latency.
for a moment there, if she spins around and she starts walking, I was like, oh no, did Kate miss her DS?
That
But
would
no,
have been
no.
the first DS, though, I think would have missed. Really good power recharge and just getting right into it. And this is going to be a really crucial mind game. Kate going down.
Ooh, that's the first kill. And they will be trading a 3rd gen for this kill, as one is at 80% and climbing rapidly. It looks like there's 2 people on it.
Now, this could be a misplay from RSK, I think, having 2 people on this gen. 3 people grouped up right now, because once this gen's done, there's a high probability that if the Spirit gets another hook fast enough, this is going to turn into hook trades for the rest of the game. And that's going to be really hard to break unless they can get some fast progress out.
Yeah, it is. Once you get into that 3v1, you have to be so Did they not hear the gen progress?
They didn't hear the gen.
Oh, they must have stopped just out of audible range of that gen and just didn't see someone working on it on that outside position and didn't realize that there's progress there.
That is going to be a highlight. Clip it and ship it over there.
Yeah, that's going to be that might be a huge deal for the outcome of this game.
That may absolutely seal up how this game sort of goes. That would be the big difference between just a 2K and a 4K here.
Yeah, I mean, the recognition there to hear the healthy breathing of the survivor at that tile and just come out of phase like right on their head. And also, notice that rotation after the hit to sort of zone the survivor out towards the edge of the map before you break that pallet.
Yep, 100%. Really smart play there. We're seeing this gen at about 60. One person on it. It is very likely that they're going to be able to get this hook and then get to that gen, but they need to beeline right there. If they choose to go anywhere else, this is going to be game.
Yeah, I mean, 20% left on that gen. I don't know if the phase even has the range to reach there. I mean, just the sheer distance you have to cross. I expect it to end somewhere around the side of the Combine. Yeah, there it goes. But this is going to be close. I think I think you stick this, honestly. Yeah, the little standoff there. Yeah, they get the gen done.
The dead hard.
Yep, maybe losing track of him a little bit. If the dead hard's going to come out, it's going to be now. Well,
he dead harded when he got off. Yeah, he
did
took
he?
The hit.
I didn't see the exhaustion on the spectator client there.
Yeah, so that is going to be really. It's getting very close now. 4 gens done. 1 gen at 26%. So not out of the woods, but nothing's necessarily purely secured right now. Nia healing themselves with their medkit off to the side there while the Fung does gens.
Yeah, and something important to keep in mind is that one of the common strategies we've seen is to sort of lock down a set of gens altogether. Actually, you know what? I'm a little surprised that our killer didn't use their Pop Goes the Weasel to kick that gen when the Ace let go of it. But something we're not seeing this game, which we have seen pretty commonly, is that sort of 3-gen strategy for the end game, trying to have a small area of the map that you control and just saying, this is my territory. If you guys want to work on gens, you've got to come to me. And we're really not seeing that this game, with like 2 gens basically as far apart as possible on the map.
Yeah, we've seen definitely a very different sort of strategy coming from the Spirit, just trying to get kills on the board, really not trying to overplay the 3-gen. And it goes back to that one moment. They rolled up to the gen, and then they just didn't catch that it was being worked on. And that was pretty well a big game changer here. We do see the 1 hit come out, and they're going to go try to hit this Fung, but interesting strategy.
Yeah, and I mean, nobody's on gens right now is something important to keep in mind, too. That at this point in the match, there is no gen progress being made.
Ooh, big whiff right there.
Yeah, an unexpected vault, just sort of catching the killer off guard. She swung into the vault, actually missing the survivor.
We see the pre-throw there, really smart from the Fung, not taking any risk, hitting the window, forcing the killer all the way around.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to make it back to this pallet, and we do see a second pallet at this tile, so I expect a break to come in.
We do have to play this carefully right now. The audience can't see it, but the gen is rapidly approaching 70%. The killer needs to get this down or disengage and run everyone off their gen. But I think with no ed, no way out, I think you take this hook and you just try to get this person out of the game. Secure. You can't really good slow vault.
Yeah, and see, just that moment where you saw the killer sort of step back, she heard that slow vault noise I had mentioned earlier. And that is going to be the last gen done, but no way out, ready to proc with 4 tokens. So that is a full minute of the exit gates being blocked.
Yeah, this is a really big deal. This means that with no ed in play, even though the survivors are healthy, there's a high chance that at least one of them gets discovered.
Was that the totem right there? Oh, wow. A little bit of greed from our killer, trying to carry the Fung too close to the exit gate and letting her wiggle free.
That is going to really hurt 4AM's ability to put points on the board here. Good
a
hit
down
coming
across
out
the
there.
pallet.
No
Great
way
read.
out is no way out's 3/4 of the way done almost. You're going to be able to get this hook, but you're not maybe going to be able to confirm that kill. You have a choice. Do we leave and go for one of the doors, or do we just confirm this, turn it into a 2, call it a day?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Noed totem is still available on the map. I think the survivors have maybe taken some time to look for it, but haven't found it. Which I think I don't know if we saw it for a moment there. It was a little bit hard to tell with the brightness of the map. But I think at this point, our Spirit is perfectly happy with a hook in between these two gates and just going to perfectly happy to play for the late game. I think she should see the Nia here. But the question is she going to let that gate get done?
I mean, she does have good positions, between the two gates. The big deal is she has to commit a little bit closer to actually seeing, right? There it is, right there. We saw her see the Nia for a second, but she didn't notice it, and she backed off. Ooh,
a little bit of
for the
impatience.
Swing. And that's going to be an unhook there. If I were her, I would commit to that Nia, get the Noed down.
Yeah, but I don't think Ace has had a chance to actually touch that gate. I think that this gate is still at 0%. And
ooh, good hit there.
Catch.
Nia's going to get that gate open.
Yeah, I think we are still going to see that 2K. It's just with a little extra hook states before that happens.
Yeah, not a bad show out there. RSK having a bit of a tough time getting points on the board initially. Spirit having some good pressure early, but just one or two little tiny things, not going far enough to check on those gens, or not even kicking the gen when the ace hopped off of it, and that's going to sort of change the dynamic of the match and close it out just a little bit earlier than what I think we would have anticipated. But a good first game. Rotten Field, not an easy map for killers.
Yeah, I mean, considering the map she was put on, I think our Spirit did a pretty darn good job.
Yeah, I think when it comes to hook states, if I were playing a pub match, that would have been a match where I go, yeah, that was pretty good. You know? So not bad. Really good job there, splitting pressure, getting hooks, and prioritizing the right targets, not taking the wrong chases too soon, which is really smart from the Spirit. Good warm-up for all the teams.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the sort of, it's not a massive difference in strategy, but a slight difference in strategy we've been seeing from RSK's killer, is that they want to try and bounce back and forth between two survivors, right? To sort of apply a little bit more pressure overall, rather than maybe playing more territorial around the hooks and confirming a death a little bit faster, but giving up a little bit more gen progress for it.
I think when you bring perks like Hex Ruin, I think you have a really good opportunity, right? The conventional wisdom, or people that are new-ish to the game, right, a couple 100 hours maybe, might say like, okay, we'll just tunnel one person out, get that confirmed kill. But when you have perks like this in the pocket, I don't think that it's a valuable use of your time. I think you would be better off chasing one person and then forcing someone to unhook them while you're in another chase, keeping 3 people occupied, and then bouncing back and forth and confirming a kill on somebody faster that way, I think. And that allows Ruin, right, when you have 3 people busy, that allows Ruin to be a lot harder for them to find, keeps the team busier for longer.
And chews up that gen progress in the background, because if the biggest sort of weakness of Ruin, I mean, aside from being a totem you can break, is that if a survivor is able to just stick on a gen from 0 to 100, the perk does nothing.
Yeah. And so tunneling one person when you have something like Ruin up becomes kind of problematic, because not only are you going to eat a DS or eat an Unbreakable, but Ruin's not giving you anything in that time. And if nothing else, you're giving 3 people time to find it. And so I think we are seeing that sort of that small shift in strategy of like, okay, I'm not going to really tunnel somebody until their death hook or until Ruin's gone. And that's kind of, once Ruin was gone in this match and we had 1 death, that's when we saw the gates open, if you will, and they really started to employ those more sort of ruthless, relentless tactics, I think.
Yeah, and I think considering we are in a best of 3, and this is just the first half of match 1, I think a 2K is a perfectly fine result here. I don't think you're kicking yourselves walking away from that match with a 2K.
No.
But I am curious to see how 4AM survivors do.
Yeah, I mean, RSK, good. I think personally it's harder to play killer first and really understand the tone. There's a little bit more pressure on you, right? Because survivors can make mistakes, be brought back by their team, and really keep playing in the game. Killer has a lot more first. So I think, seeing 4AM play Survivor next, they have a little bit of a task, but RSK kind of understands the benchmark they need to hit here. We need to get 3 just to come out a little bit on top on this one. And knowing that might influence how they choose to play.
Yeah, because that first half, especially the first half of match 1 in this best of 3 format, really does set the tone for the rest of the series. Because if you can come away with a 5-0 in match 1, that is a big deficit deficit your opponents need to make up over the next couple of games. Whereas if you're walking away 2-2 off of the first game, the score's even. It's still very much anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, unless this next one is a 5-0, 2-2, and then, 3-1 or another 2-2, I mean, that makes the next map really difficult, right? You still have to continue to bring that A game. We've seen before where it's either a 5-0 early or it's tied, and then the next match is a 5-0, and we don't even do the fourth because there's just no way to make the points up, right?
Yeah.
So, if they can continue to at least hit the 2, which is not a hard benchmark, they can come back in Wrecker's Yard or whatever the next map might be, maybe a more advantageous map, and do something a little bit different.
Yeah, though it is really important to keep in mind that the map choice really does sort of dictate whether the onus is on the killer or the survivors on each team to sort of set the pace.
Yeah.
Because if you're on a smaller map like Wrecker's Yard, especially on a killer with like the crazy mobility we've been seeing from the Spirits and the Onis, it's very much up to the killer. They're very much sort of in the driver's seat for that match, and the survivors have a bit of a harder task to try. Like if survivors can 4 out a Spirit on Wrecker's Yard, that is a phenomenal result.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from just the points, like the fact that you managed to get out with everyone alive is incredible. But on a map like Rotten Fields, especially with sort of the power level we've been seeing from these killers, a 2 out is a relatively expected result. Like I don't think there was any major mistakes in that match other than not hearing the gen that one time from our killer.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think there was anything
I think everybody
huge.
was solid.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's always expected sort of mistakes in a game, and so I don't think there's anything glaring. And so I think you nailed it, right? When you get some of these bigger maps, you really, is it a harder task for the killer or a harder task for the survivor? And right now the killers have their work cut out for them. So going into the next match, we are looking at RSK picking the Spirit, right? This is what we've come to sort of realize is the standard format, as 4 a.m. is going to be playing Survivor. We'll have to see kind of what the build is. I would expect Ruin, Pop, and then Noed, No Way Out. That seems to have become consistent throughout the day yesterday.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see. One of the differences I see in the Survivor builds here relative to our last game is 4 sprint bursts rather than the prevalence of the Dead Hard we've been seeing a lot. I think I'm not so sure how I feel about sprint burst versus a Spirit. Because the main consistent value you're going to get from Sprint Burst is increasing that initial distance. Whereas, and against a Spirit who has that sort of very consistent, like on and off a little bit, but throughout the match, very consistent mobility. And wow, a very early first chase. The Spirit finding 2 survivors right off spawn.
This is not bad. Of course, we are actually seeing a bit of a deviation. We're seeing Hex Ruin and Haunted Grounds hopefully speeding up, expediting some of those chases if they can get an insta down or 2. And we're actually seeing some faster phase charge time. So they're really coming in here trying to be fast with their chases, fast with their ability. Sort of missing the Nia here.
Yeah, okay. Well, the crouching and just standing still when the killer started her phase without line of sight of you is something that you can do to just give her 0 cues as to your position and really make her guess. Though that right there is a perfect example of what I was mentioning earlier about the difference in the sort of the way that those chases will play out with Sprint Burst versus Dead Hard. Because in the second half of the chase when you're already injured, that Spirit appears on your head. Sprint Burst is not saving you.
No, you're not getting any extra value out of that whatsoever. Yeah, and Dead Hard, it does rely a little bit on ping. It does rely a little bit on, just good reaction time. But, killers might play around that as well. There's a psychology to knowing somebody has Dead Hard.
Yeah, and also the survivors, aware of the possibility of Haunted Grounds, cleansing the totem while an injured survivor is in chase. And so this Haunted Grounds is going to get our killer a small amount of value, just wasting some time cleansing a totem that's not Ruin, but that's not the value you're looking for.
Yeah, it's not the ideal value. We do see one generator, the only generator with progress, going down to about 10%, and this survivor has been on this hook for 30 seconds. If I were the Spirit, I would set up camp, I would get some s'mores. I'm sitting here, you're going stage 2, because there is no real threat happening at the moment.
Yep, and just, dipping away and just coming back to interrupt the hook, though there are now 2 survivors in the shack. I don't know if our Spirit's aware of that.
Ooh, the grab
denied. Yeah, I think she's going to recognize that a trade is going to happen here no matter what she does, seeing 2 survivors coming in for that unhook. You can't guarantee a grab when there are 2 survivors, basically.
No, you can't.
You can mostly force a trade with maybe a little bit of a mistake here. But again, the lack of Dead Hard means that there isn't going to be that extra distance to make it to the pallet when you're caught out of position like that.
Yeah, that's going to be Meg going down immediately. Again, 1 gen at 40%, but not a lot on the board for 4 a.m. Spirit having a bit of a lead early for RSK. No pop goes the Weasels, so we're just relying on Hex Ruin to continue its regression while everyone heals up.
Yeah, and that right there, the core difference between Sprint Burst and Dead Hard. Getting caught out of position early, you can Sprint Burst to a tile and have that extra safety. Get caught out of position late, and you have nothing.
It's a big whiff from the Spirit there, expecting the safety of the pallet. Really big mind games coming from the Atom, kind of expecting something a little different. The Survivors right now really just trying to get some gen points on the board. 60% on one, Ruin regressing the other. It's very strange that they switched generators that they were on and swapped around. That's going to allow a lot of free regression. The Spirit getting a little bit more lay of the land this way.
Yeah, I wonder if our Survivors may be recognizing a potential 3-gen and playing for late game here. Like, recognizing that it's okay, we'll trade this hook state to get this gen done, because getting this gen done is so crucial to our ability to close out this match.
Now, this Spirit's smart. The Spirit will absolutely take the bait from the Nia here. Go ahead and take this aggro.
But hearing the Atom running next to her.
Yeah, Atom's out of position, yeah.
Yeah, just trying to ensure that Survivor goes struggle. And now we have 1 Survivor going second stage, 3 Survivors injured.
1 gen.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of medkit charges left for the Survivors, so plenty of ability to potentially undo this pressure, but still not looking great because it's going to take them a little while to reset, and by the time all the Survivors are healthy again, that timer is going to be ticking on the hook. They're not going to have a lot to work with.
Yeah, this is really dicey. We have about 12 to 13 seconds left on this hook state, and Survivors have to at least run 7 or 8 of those seconds, beeline right for the hook, and just try to make something happen. 1 gen left. They can't even afford to sit on those and just try to get them done.
Yeah, we're seeing that double unhook come out again with 2 people showing up just to try and guarantee it. But this is a game of patience.
And Nia cannot get the unhook right now. That's going to be a free hit, and that's going to be a double trade.
Yeah, this is... Oh, wait. Does the mind game come out? Yeah, she's going to drop. She's not going to get too greedy here. But now the Nia should go down here. This will be 2. She should be able to pick up the ace and hook him.
Yeah.
But he's also, I'd assume, in the background going to be crawling away from the hook to make that a little bit more difficult. So I think our killer might recognize that hooking the ace is going to be risky. So she's just going to chill right here, half the team immobilized, that hook timer counting down, and just play for pressure.
Yeah, leaving Quentin on the ground right now is going to be the best thing that they can do, I think. Knowing
You're right, that's not an ace. That's not an ace. I don't know why we've seen so many aces. I've been calling him ace all game.
You're not. Hey, you're not. I'm not here to correct you, right? But yeah, Hex Ruin's going to get a lot of value on that. Just running them off right now. Understanding 2 Survivors are on Death Hook, they have to. All of them have to reset. Knowing that Hex Ruin's in play, they can kind of split this up a little bit and go for the Atom, though it's not ideal if they were under more pressure.
Yeah, and this is, again, the difference that I had mentioned with the Sprint Bursts is that so much more consistent to close out these chases for our Spirit. Just the Survivors not having that additional resource to react to the Spirit just appearing on your head.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we talked about earlier, right, with Hex Ruin. The big thing is if you can split pressure amongst multiple Survivors as they heal, as they get things done, we're going to see Hex Ruin become so much more volatile than if you just tunneled the exact same person over and over. When multiple people have to take care of themselves or take care of other Survivors, it becomes a much more dangerous game to leave Ruin up, and we're seeing both of these teams playing into it, and I think it'll be a little bit if we see Ruin cleansed at all on this match.
Yeah, I mean, this Ruin has been doing just so much work here. And again, Sprint Burst coming out, getting the extra rotation on this tile. Again, not a bad perk. Sprint Burst is still a fantastic perk. I would argue that on paper, it can even be stronger than Dead Hard, especially in, on other platforms, the current state of what Dead Hard has become.
We do see a really good down from Quentin. Quentin's going to go first hook here, so that'll be everybody hooked once. 2 people death hook, 2 gens completed, nothing more. We actually see 1 gen regressing right now so people can heal.
Yeah, but that Ruin has done so much work. I mean, Ruin has had to have eaten at least a full generator's worth of progress at this point in the match.
We hear somebody on the on the totem crunching the bones, and that is really good audio from the Spirit being able to pick off and go, oh, I need to veer right here.
Oh, no, and running to the Atom, who does get the heal off in time, thankfully, but maybe just a slight miscommunication between our Survivors.
knowing that there's two, Adam reveals himself just to try to make himself a little bit more obvious, and the whiff
From the sprint burst. Well done from Adam to kind of draw aggro for his teammate, do a little bit of protecting. Oh, interesting. That short phase, recognizing that the survivors will expect her to keep going, and so that they would switch positions to body block from the front.
Yeah, really good job. I mean, really good psychology there of going, this is what I think they'll do, and I'm just going to try to act on it and play around it. Sort of inducing them to do something, right?
Yeah, this is going to be the first kill for our Spirit. Nia getting pulled up to the great black maw of the sky, but only 2 gens done for our survivors. One with the most progress, just under half.
Yeah, I do not see a world where they get another generator done. I think with Hex Ruin up, you could just play keep away, hit a few people, force them to heal again.
Shoot through those medkit charges.
Exactly. I think 4 AM just having a really difficult start here.
Great mind games.
Really
so
good
clean.
job, yeah. And again, I think being able to get in these add-ons for getting into your phase faster have been really, really helpful for this Spirit at these tiles.
Yeah, it just gives the survivor a bit less time to react to seeing you standing still, ready to start your phase. Oh, wow. The Quentin just standing still, just completely calling the bluff, letting the Spirit run herself in circles, and he makes so much distance for that.
And we see the Meg was back on that generator, but then we see the Spirit say, I'm going to turn around and run you right off, and then Hex Ruin is just back at it, eating that gen away as it regresses 45, 43. Now we do see one generator actually climbing right now, 74, 75%. They've just abandoned attempting to get Hex Ruin out.
Yeah, I think at this point the survivors are just saying, you know what, we need to power through gens. Just throw whatever pallets you have available to you. I'm assuming we'll see the Shack pallet go down here. Ooh. Oh, but gets hit through it. That is unfortunate. Yeah. Always a heartbreaker for that Meg.
Yeah, so we have 3 gens done. Kudos to 4 AM for continuing to pursue those. That is really good information for our killer on kind of approximately, okay, a gen was done there. A survivor's going to be moving away from that location very shortly to something else and being able to sort of probe that area, see what's going on.
Yeah, and one thing, oh, there goes the Ruin. Adam cleansing that out in the background. But one thing I think is really interesting and important to note is that a lot of killers sort of, when in doubt, hook someone in the basement because they have that sense that a basement hook applies a lot of pressure to the survivors, which to a certain extent it does. But if your intention is not to stay there and continue applying that pressure, but instead to go out across the map and find and chase someone else, that basement hook is often more of a time investment than it's worth. Yeah,
I think really when it boils down to it, basement makes sense if you're going to hook somebody and there's a 3-gen surrounding your basement or something of that nature. But I think ultimately at the end of the day, if you can get a hook that's 4 feet away and it takes you 3 seconds to get there, it's a far better pick.
Yeah, it's just because so much of this game is about time efficiency, right? And getting someone on that hook as quickly as possible is far more important than getting that hook in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yep.
Especially, I mean, if your plan is to just stay there and apply that pressure, something like a hook on a hill or a hook in the basement can be really valuable for that, but it's not necessarily something you should do every time you have the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, when you pick somebody up, you have 16 seconds before they will wiggle free. So realistically, most people probably carry for 8 to 9 seconds. And, if you carry somebody to the basement, it takes 8, 9 seconds, takes 6, 7 seconds to get out of the basement. You're giving a lot of free gen time in that sort of interaction period.
Yeah. Ooh, just really? A slight whiffed swing.
And that is all mechanical on the Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely could have been a hit. Just a small mistake. Mm-hmm. And that's the sort of thing. That's the sort of thing that happens. Very interesting to see her just playing around that pallet, but also nobody dropping the other pallet. We've had so many chases at this jungle gym with this pallet down, but we have not seen that other pallet dropped. I wonder if the thought process is I only need one at a time.
Yeah, we have seen this kind of Spirit right now play around these pallets to almost a detrimental degree.
Standing still to hear the footsteps. Very smart.
Really good job on Quentin trying to get that sprint burst readied up again. And we're going to see maybe some mind games come out. He throws on the opposite side a 4th gen going. If the Spirit does not clean this up very quickly, it seems they've gotten a little sloppy here in the back half.
Yeah, I mean, she only needs one more kill, though. Ooh, a little bit of an overshoot, correcting back. She does catch the Quentin, and now he's isolated at a tile with only a window to work with.
Now, had this chase happened at the beginning of the match, this would have been a very different dynamic for the duration of the game. What comes down to it here in Dead by Daylight is, who do you find first? Who's the weakest link? And this Quentin is incredibly experienced against Spirit. It has burned well over a minute of time. And that's going to be really important and powerful.
Yeah, and while if this was a one isolated match, taking that 3K would be worthwhile and an acceptable result. We see here our Spirit is going to play for all 4. She wants every point she can get. She wants that full 5. And so, oh, wait. Yeah, just taking her
Really
time.
good job,
She
yeah.
recognized the Atom. No need to be hasty. It's more important to land the hit than it is to land it a second earlier and maybe miss.
Yeah, really good job here from the Spirit cleaning up. I expect we might see an Unbreakable from Quentin. That timing is getting really thin, though. No, not going to pop it yet. Maybe going to try to make a hatch.
I wonder
play.
if he used it already.
Maybe. It's certainly possible.
I think he actually, when he was downed next to the hook that the Neo was on, he burned his Unbreakable to unhook her. So no more Unbreakable available for Quentin.
Yep, there we go. That's a good pickup. And that's really good tracking there from the Spirit, knowing where he may crawl and just going beelining it right there. That is a really commanding set of plays there from RSK, putting 5 points on the board. 4 kills plus 1 if you secure all of them. So that is going to be a pretty hefty point differential for 4 AM to make up going into the second set.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be ending this match 2-7 in favor of RSK. So keep in mind, though, this is just game 1, and the points are cumulative across games 1 and 2. So still very much possible for 4 AM to make a comeback here and continue on. But right now, RSK with a very solid lead.
Yeah, really going into the next one, we're going to have to see 4 AM play a very different way, right? If they drop more than 2, it's going to make it uncontestable that they can bring it back in the next round. If they only get 1 point, they go to 3, it's a blowout, right? And so we really need to see sort of a step up from their survivors, but primarily their killer just needs to be a little bit more aware, and you know, some of the RNG might need to fall in place a little bit better than it did previously as well.
Yeah, I mean, even just we keep coming back to that one moment where the Spirit phased over to that gen that the Ace was working on and didn't hear that progress, which is a small mistake, very easy to make, but in the context of that match, so crucial, because that ended up wasting the time for her to travel all the way across the map to check that gen and then all the way back to check the other ones, which realistically probably wasted a good 20 seconds or more.
What we really saw, and what we really saw in the next match that is like such a huge difference is that Haunted Grounds coming out early.
But also not getting any value.
Right, you would see it as not getting a lot of value from the perk itself, but the survivors all freezing, getting off of gen, saying, okay, hold on, I don't want to go down right now, allowing that first gen to regress via Ruin, and then allowing that first person to almost go second stage. It just bought that killer so much more time, and we saw that, at least for the first 2 or 3 hooks, where survivors could just not get there and get the unhook in time.
Yeah, it almost reminds me of the way that they've been playing around in Oni's Blood Fury.
Yeah.
Right? That the power, it's sort of that window of just a massive increase in threat from the killer, where it's really, really crucial to not let them build pressure and start to snowball during that time.
Yeah, I think that there are some hard calls to make there. I think hiding from the exposed makes a lot of sense. And I think going for totems early makes a lot of sense. You know, we saw that they were like, okay, we need to get this rune out. They cleansed a totem, and it just so happened to not be what they needed. And that really hurt them.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. You have a 1 out of 3 to snipe the ruin. But the thing is, we even saw Devour at a point earlier in this tournament, right? So then you have to kind of calculate, do we cleanse that other totem? Do we take that risk of a potential Haunted Grounds?
Yeah.
Or do we wait? We sort of keep an eye on, like, we know where the totem is. We know which one is there. And we can say, okay, well, if Devour does activate, then we cleanse the totem.
Yeah, I think if Devour Hope is in play, which I think at this point in the tournament, Devour is just a little bit too dicey. Yeah, I don't think you get any value out of it. But let's take a look at some of the highlights from the prior 2 matches. There are very much 2 different sort of mentalities and 2 different RNGs that kind of come out in terms of what totems got cleansed first.
Yeah, really. Wow, just the hard call out on the pathing from Kate.
And that'll be the gen done right in the killer's face, the dead hard, and then the good swing here. You know, and that's what's interesting there is kind of what you call that is like they had a pop in the pocket, right? It would have been really easy for them just to kick the gen when the ace stood up so that he avoided the grab.
Yeah,
right?
Maybe just a little bit of nerves coming out from the killer. Maybe that just, you know, that moment where you see, oh, the Gen's 99 right in my face, right? And also
the husk body block.
Yeah, because that is one thing to keep in mind, that the husk that the spirit leaves behind while phasing is still a physical object on the map and can, in that situation, body block the pallet to prevent the pallet drop and almost turn that pallet into a wall.
You know, I think when we're looking at 4AM's roster, I think that we see the Quentin just being a bit of a monster in that match, getting that unhook, being kind of the best in chase. I think if I were 4AM playing on a defensive again, I would definitely be looking at taking that chase first, maybe putting yourself out there as bait and saying, you know, I'm going to be confident here and take this.
Yeah, especially when you can have that full arsenal of a combination of chase and defensive perks too, right? You can have that Dead Hard, you can have that Sprint Burst, you can have the DS Unbreakable for when the killer does try and focus you down after that first initial hook.
Yeah.
You know, you can almost be a tank for your team if you're playing as well as that Quentin did in that match.
Going into the second set in this particular series, we are going to see another set of bans come out. We don't know exactly what those are yet. They were Hillbilly prior, both teams banning the other from playing Hillbilly. I suspect that we will see Spirit bans, which means I think our next set is really going to be Oni v Oni.
Yeah, that seems like a reasonable expectation. We've seen a lot of that so far.
Yeah, and that's going to really be interesting to see how both of these teams rise. Oni, in a lot of ways, being stronger, but in a lot of ways being a bit weaker and just waiting out the ability and buying time.
Yeah, he has more of those sort of power spikes, right? It's very much an up and down with Oni, whereas
peaks and valleys.
Yeah, whereas Spirit does have sort of a similar up and down when her power is ready or on cooldown.
Yeah.
But it's at a much faster interval than with Oni, whereas Oni spends like a minute or more at the start of the match without his power. I mean, potentially 2, 3, 4, potentially indefinitely.
Could be a while.
If the survivors manage to play it perfectly.
Yeah.
But once he does get his power, then the ball really gets rolling.
Yeah.
We do have confirmation of Spirit bans from both teams, as expected, us casters in our great Oracle wisdom. You know, it's almost like we've seen this before.
Yeah, it's almost like these tournaments at some point, as they get to this higher tier, just become very predictable. I would say copy-paste in terms of what to expect from the killer perks, survivor perks. It's really just down to map seeds, map picks, and little tiny mistakes, purely mechanical.
Yeah, and speaking of maps, we do have confirmation that we are going to be going to Coal Tower.
Yeah,
we've been seeing some more Coal Tower as we get later on in this tournament. We've still been seeing, over the course of the whole time, we've seen Wrecker's Yard and Blood Lodge a lot.
Yeah.
We've seen Rotten Fields a surprise. We've seen 2 Rotten Fields picks, which I didn't think I'd see any, frankly.
Yeah.
And we've seen, what is this now going to be, our 3rd game on Coal Tower?
Yeah, it really took us a while to get here. Wreckers was kind of the de facto go-to for a while. I think that Coal Tower, in this particular state with both Spirit and Billy being gone, I think it's going to lend itself to Oni if he can play it properly, and it is going to boil down to RNG. Where's the 3-gen?
Which there's always that 3-gen right around main building, so I expect our killer to play around that, especially considering Coal Tower has probably one of the weaker main buildings. There are a couple of pallets, but none of them, no God pallets at the main building. God pallet being a pallet that cannot be counterplayed at all and just must be broken immediately. And also, only that one window, which a killer gets to the top of those stairs, that's when they drop.
Yep.
Because that's sort of the maximum amount of distance you can put between the two of you. And there's still a decent chance you get hit, especially if those pallets in and around the main building, well, not in, around the main building have been exhausted.
Yep.
There aren't really any strong enough resources nearby that really all you're doing is delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, really what we're going to have to see from the Oni on this, which I'm predicting Oni, right?
Yeah.
Nothing is set in stone, but when it comes to the Oni is we're really going to have to understand, or they'll have to understand going into this, they need to get a few pallets out early. They definitely need to use their ability, and they definitely need to be aware of where people are before they use that ability, right? You don't really want to go hunting for people after you've used it because the potential for them to hide is just way, way, way too high.
Yeah.
And so that is going to have to be the understanding they have going into this. And really kind of what we saw from some of the Rotten Fields Oni yesterday is they're going to need to be willing to probe weird portions of the map, the outer edges behind rocks, right? You can't just skim by a gen and say, oh, I don't see nobody. It's not how that works.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely something we saw from an Oni on Wrecker's Yard yesterday, was they were very much sort of doing that cursory check around the gen.
Yep.
And it's like, oh, well, I didn't see a survivor. I didn't see any scratch marks. There must be nobody here. Meanwhile, there's a Nia crouching behind a rock that you just didn't check.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect in public matches, right? People aren't going to necessarily hide when you're in power, or, you know, if they do, it's going to be in more obvious positions or things of that nature. But
especially because they don't have the teams don't have that level of coordination where, you know, if you have like 1 or 2 people hiding, but 1 or 2 people who aren't hiding, then what's the point of hiding at all?
Right, exactly. And so the big thing that we're seeing here is like in this format, everyone's hiding. Everyone's gonna hide, and so you have to dig deeper than you would in a pub setting, and you be sure that you have your brain more attuned to where you are and not where you typically are.
Yeah, you have to almost think about like, if I was a survivor, where would I hide? Yeah. Right? Because so much of Dead by Daylight is about getting into the head of your opponent, understanding their mentality and their decision making, and being able to have that sort of mix of prediction and reaction, right? You have to see what they're doing and think, okay, what does that tell me about what they want to do?
Yeah, exactly. You see somebody running towards the window, you go, okay, they can either vault it or they'll fake it. Start to go around the side. Oh, I waited, they faked it. Okay, we're going to get back right in. You know, you have to be able to sort of have these branching paths of like, okay, what could happen? What is likely? And what have we seen from this survivor that I'm chasing before? What's their pattern, their behavioral pattern? And then using that. And then sometimes they're going to use that against you. They'll set a pattern of, oh, I always go for the window, and then they'll fake it 3 chases in, right? And so it is this sort of back and forth of trying to trick each other and figure that out. And so even from the Oni in this, you're going to have to figure out and put yourself in the headspace of, okay, where could they be hiding? Where would they spawn? Where would they flex to? It's all going to be very different.
Yeah, and sometimes you even see, like what you had mentioned, where they'll change up their behavior like 2 or 3 chases in. Sometimes you'll even see that with perks, too. Like, for example, I'll have chased someone for like a good portion of the game, and I'll be like, oh, you've had Dead Hard on this whole time?
Yeah, exactly.
We also do have confirmation that our killer is going to be a nurse. And so we are in on this map. You know, you hear that classic screeching. And yeah, our survivors are going to be taking it slow. I'm assuming there's been a call out as to the nurse's position. Nobody hit yet, but Kate is in chase. And so that is, yeah, there it is. There's the first hit.
I believe that it looks like there is at least 1 range add-on on the nurse there. Just being able to get that second bleak distance really well. This could be, ooh, the Dead Hard for distance. Good job there.
Yeah, but even if that Dead Hard doesn't necessarily dodge a swing, it forces the nurse to use another set of blinks to catch you. Ooh, a slight overblink. But, oh my god.
Wow.
Wow, what a prediction.
What a whiff there. Good job, though. We do see that there's no corrupt intervention. We saw basically this exact thing for the last match yesterday, and it didn't necessarily pan out in some sort of glorious victory. It just ended in a 2K, and if RSK can answer that call, wow, good work there. If they can answer that, this would not be a great first chase for this nurse.
Yeah, and then here we are again in a double pallet tile. Let's see, are we gonna... Oh, wow.
Ooh, the double back.
And also, keep in mind, the Dead Hard before, not dodging the swing, but just forcing the nurse to waste that set of blinks, and how many more sets of blinks have been wasted because of that Dead Hard, right?
Yeah, we are seeing 4AM's nurse is just a little bit sort of nervous pre-swinging, swinging where there is really nobody but a tree. This is a really strong start for RSK. It could still be anyone's game. Really good hit there, but you know, things could change drastically. But against the nurse, this is
with the Dead Hard coming out. And also keep in mind there are 4 Dead Hards on the Survivor team. Everybody's got it.
You know, and you would think as a nurse here, okay, I'm gonna blink once, and then I'm going to hold that second blink for just a second because I know they're going to go for that Dead Hard. We're not really seeing that sort of discipline from our 4AM player right now. Hopefully they develop it, turn that sort of switch on mid-match here, but this is taking a while to get that first hook.
Yeah, and something that's so important as nurse is trying to force that Dead Hard, right? It's that first blink accuracy to make the survivor panic, to make them burn that resource, and to allow you to use that second blink safely to guarantee the hit.
Really good hit there on the nurse. We do see a little bit of discipline coming out, using that first blink and then using the second, not swinging on first blink, which is a critical mistake you do not want to find yourself making.
Interesting. Leaving the Kate as well, though. So, wow, all the way across the map with 1 set of blinks, and you got both of them right back. That's wild.
That is really, really, yeah.
See, stuff like that is that's why it's amazing to me that we've seen so little Nurse in this tournament, because when you could do something like that, I mean, come on, why would you play anyone else?
We do see Nurse, yeah, actually coming out here to try to tunnel this Survivor, which their Decisive Strike has been burned pretty significantly at this point, but we see there's no 3-gen on this side of the map anymore. Hex Rune is gone. Pop Goes the Weasel not getting any value. The Nurse is wasting a lot of time here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a gamble, right? Like, there's 1 gen at 90% and climbing, 2 gens above half, and yeah, see, playing that stairway puts the Nurse in a tough situation. Because, yeah, this should be a safe hit here. Yeah, during that stagger, the Survivor can't make any distance.
So we do see 2 gens at 70-ish%. A second hook on this Nia, but nobody really dead yet.
Yeah.
Really tough spot for Nurse to be in. It's not impossible. No way out, no ed could result in a lot of snowballing at the end, but we do need to see that discipline if this killer's going to try to clean up.
Yeah, and not getting any value out of Pop Goes the Weasel either, but wow, a phenomenal series of blinks crossing the entire map. There goes the Pop. But the thing is, she's going to just cross back and forth across the map again, try and focus that Nia down.
At this point, Kate would have to stay injured. She's used both medkit charges. Maybe that's something that's playing in the back of the Nurse's mind. But again, there's not a 3-gen on this side of the map. I would not be spending much more time over here.
Oh, the over-prediction. Look at that. The Nia crouching behind the car after running around that corner to give the Nurse bad information about where she's at.
What an incredible play from RSK. Again, this is kind of what we talked about. I think some of these Survivors are just so used to playing Nurses that they've practiced it, hammered it into their heads, and are doing a really good job.
Oh, and see, that first blink swing, just a little bit of impatience from the killer. And the Nia able to dead hard in response, take advantage of that.
Yeah,
you
really should not be swinging on first blink. It's what you talked about. You really want to make that Survivor think you're going to swing, and then they waste the dead hard, you get the second blink. But we're seeing just impatience here.
See, and the thing is, this Nia's dead, yeah, but the last gen is at 80%. Like, I mean, yes, you have No Way Out, No Ed, but your No Way Out has 1 token, right? Unless you pull out an absolute miracle of a snowball here, this is going to be very, very difficult.
Really?
Yeah, that blink chain not landing, that might spell disaster.
This is classic competitive where we see, yeah, somebody's dead, but the minute that the gens are done, somebody's heading to the exit gate. They're getting that No Way Out done very fast. This might be a 2K, which I do not think is going to be quite enough to keep 4AM in with the point differential.
No, I mean, they really need everyone. Realistically, they needed a 4K. And then their Survivors needed a solid performance.
Yeah, I mean, we see No Way Out because they only ever hook the Nia. 4-Way Out is effectively useless. It's already burned, and that means that they're just sort of assuming the other Survivors are already at the gate. No reason to walk away.
Yeah, but I mean, here, if you take the 2K, like I'm expecting the Survivors to just pop that gate and walk out the door. I mean, the No Ed is broken, yeah. But the Survivor is hooked so far from either gate. I don't know if trying this unhook is worth it.
So the way that this kind of works right now is if 4AM confirms this kill, this will be a 4 and 9. That'll mean that on the next match, they will have to get a 4-man out. There is nothing less that they can do. So they're not completely out if they confirm this. Now, if this is a 3-man out, that is going to be sort of curtains for 4AM. That'll put the point differential too high for them to come back.
Yeah, and this is such a difficult situation for our Nurse to be in here, right? Because on one hand, if you want, you want to make things as easy for your Survivors as possible, right? So to a certain extent, you really want that 3rd kill. But if you go hunting and you leave this hook, they have very little information. It's very possible that there's a Survivor standing like in that same tile on the other side of a rock just waiting.
Yeah.
Though the Feng's showing herself, maybe
wanting some aggro here.
I don't know about this. I mean, this is a risk. This is a big risk here for the Survivors. But if our Feng can escape, which the dead hard will. But the body block. Gosh. She dead harded into a wall.
This is a really incredible play.
She might get out here. This is tough. No, she doesn't make it.
But here's the interesting thing is the Feng is not dead. If she goes onto this hook, the other Survivors heal. The gate is so close that they could just maybe make this work for them.
Yeah, they might be able to just sort of force their way out of that gate. Or wait, the body blocks.
The Nurse has to detour. Yeah, because if they both take hits, they'll be able to take so many hits the Nurse cannot do anything.
Is there? Oh my God, the ace getting grabbed. Wait, but the Decisive Strike.
Oh,
buys time for the Kate to unhook.
That is the best play we've seen in this tournament.
Wow.
The nurse didn't even think about it.
The dead hard. Wait, blinking in front of him.
Oh my God, wait. Anyway.
Oh no, but the Fung has endurance because the Kate had BT, which is why the ace got grabbed off the hook with the DS. Oh my God, this has just been such a wild chain of events at the end of this game.
No flashlights, unfortunate here. We're really looking at the mend come out. The Kate still could get the unhook. The sort of end game timer has been locked in. What an incredible, for those of you that don't know, Ace, after being hooked, having the decisive strike, what he did is went for the unhook so the nurse would grab him, forcing the grab, forcing the use of his decisive so that the teammate could get the pick.
Yeah, because that decisive strike, stunning the killer for 5 seconds, is plenty time for his teammate who came into the match with borrowed time. Keep in mind, there are, I believe, 2 borrowed times across the whole Survivor team. Ace had one, Kate had the other. So things really aligning there.
Yeah, I think that was a really high-octane set. You know,
what a wild ending.
If there had been a 3K, there was a plausible chance the next match would be just that much easier. But now it goes down to what we thought. 4 versus 9. 4 a.m. has to get 4 survivors out the door to tie it and send it to a third set.
Just what a wild sequence there. Like the DS into the borrowed time. The endurance hit, the nurse blinking ahead to bait the dead hard.
The dead hards, yeah.
Wow. Because that ace recognizing that the nurse can swing immediately after coming out of her blink, right? So dead harding, when you sort of see those streak lines of the nurse coming towards you, you almost have to dead hard preemptively.
Yeah, it's very hard because she does get a very short window post blink. And so if he dead hards too soon, then she doesn't go into fatigue and can still swing. It's just, it's almost impossible to time it perfectly. To some degree, you're guessing a little bit,
Yeah,
right?
There's definitely a bit of guesswork involved, especially when it comes down to those situations where, in high-level play, the survivors will recognize that the nurse wants to bait the dead hard with her first blink.
Yeah.
And so sometimes you'll see it happen where the nurse blinks onto the survivor and they both just sort of stare at each other until she goes into fatigue.
Yeah.
Because they both are just waiting for the other to do that action which lets them take their opportunity, right?
Yep.
As soon as the survivor sees that second blink come in, then they dead hard. But the nurse is waiting for the dead hard to use that second blink. And so you kind of just end up in this, like, couple second long staring contest until the nurse fatigues. And then you probably die anyway because you have a nurse 2 feet from you, but...
if any of you are watching, I know sometimes we get into the weeds about the will they, won't they, ifs and ands, and I'm thinking that they're thinking that I might, but they might. Go get a glass of water. You know, we'll be here. But you know, looking at that match, I think it is so fascinating because we saw pretty classic mistakes from 4 a.m. Something you wouldn't expect in a tournament, right? We called it out of like, okay, you're swinging on first blink. You're a little overconfident, right? You have a resource. You have that second blink to really close these out very quickly.
Yeah, and especially in a world where the nurse does not take time to recharge her blinks, and when you come up from that fatigue, you have both blinks back immediately. There are sort of 2 schools of thought there, right? Like, on one hand, wasting those blinks is a bit less of a cost than it would be in a world where you have to have a recharge time to go through to get those blinks back.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're still very much wasting time. And again, we mentioned this on Rotten Fields. Dead by Daylight is at its core a game about time efficiency. And when you're wasting a blink and you're going into fatigue, when you're swinging and missing, that also increases your fatigue time, lets the survivor make more distance, and makes those future blink chains that much more... You need to predict much more.
Yeah, I think there's something really interesting to be said about, look, if you're a nurse and you have recharge add-ons, right, and you blink once, you blink a second time, and they dead hard out of the way, right? These are all instances where the survivor kind of outplays you a little bit, right? There's a little decision-making error, but when you're a nurse that is swinging on first blink, over-blinking, overthinking it, missing, it's not that you're wasting time just in the one interaction, but there's a consistency problem that could be kind of spoken to a little bit there. And look, if you're a nurse and you're really hitting the beats the way you should be, but there are some sort of outplays happening, right? That's going to happen. Those recharge add-ons will save you there, but if you are having a consistency issue, those recharge add-ons may have been a hindrance in getting this far, right? If you are maybe leaning on them too hard to bring you back from that brink, if you're getting to that brink too often.
Yeah, because we even saw in that first chase with the Kate, right? The Dead Hard just putting her a little out of range of that second blink.
Yeah.
And then that allows her to get around the shack and to the jungle gym. And then that led to like 2, 3, 4 more missed blink chains because that Iron Will making the nurse have to predict that much more.
Yep.
And the Kate recognizing what the nurse wants to do, playing around it, forcing a couple of missed blink chains, a couple of mechanical errors, because, you know, of course, on paper, if the nurse plays perfectly, she's just going to blink on your head and kill you. It doesn't matter where you are. But humans aren't perfect. We don't live in a world on paper with where the numbers dictate everything.
Yep.
We live in a world where people can make mistakes, and people can make great decisions to make other people's decisions that much harder.
Yeah, I think when we're looking and reviewing at last round, it really boils down to consistency. We saw the Kate, or even the Nia later on, having very decisive, smart decision-making skills. The Kate, you know, the nurse overblinks that first shack chase, blinks back through the wall, and the Kate stays the course, and the nurse whiffs, right? We see the Nia even running one direction, getting some good misdirection on the nurse, and then just crouching, just hide. This was these decisive, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to stick to my guns on it. No flailing, and it was consistent for almost all of them.
Yeah, just crouching behind that car, that's very bold, right? Because you're really making that play with the knowledge that the nurse does not know where you are. Because if she knows where you are, and you're just crouching behind a car, and that car doesn't even have a pallet next to it, I mean, you're basically begging for death.
Yeah.
But the thing is, all of that with the recognition of this nurse has a tendency to over-predict her blinks, right?
Yes.
To take those blinks through a wall without solid information and just capitalizing on that tendency from your opponent.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we've talked about before a little bit, where you have to recognize what your opponent's capable of early on. And if Kate's making those call-outs of, oh, she overblinked. Oh, she overblinked again. Oh, she's swung on first blink. This is weird. The team then starts to get in the mentality of, okay, we can sort of broaden our horizons for what's possible as counterplay. Typically, you wouldn't double back on a nurse. Typically, you wouldn't try these things if that nurse has proven to call that out.
Yeah,
but when there's the inconsistency, it gets different.
Yeah, and it also becomes that sort of mind game of, as the nurse player, you're like, okay, well, this Kate doubled back last time. I'm going to play under the assumption she doubles back again. But if the Kate knows that you know, that she knows that you know, that she knows that you know, then things get complicated. Yeah,
it just becomes a sort of spilling of mistakes, and it becomes a game of who makes the most mistakes. And in this case, with this nurse, if you are consistently making so many mistakes that the field is too wide and too many things work against you, it gets really tough. And there are some moments that are kind of what we talked about, and this kind of harkens back to what we discussed with regards to Oni of like, okay, you need to play around these specific gens. You need to be able to put pressure in this area. We saw the nurse, instead of putting pressure on generators, really just trying to get a person out, eating a decisive strike, which meant that there's 2 different chases on 1 survivor. I think we saw several things that started to crumble. Yeah, just committing so hard to those chases, and also just going back and forth across the map too, like blinking literally from one end of the map to the other, getting a hit on the Kate, and then blinking all the way back across the map again to go chase that Nia. Yeah, I think when we talk and when we look at the most successful sort of matches we've seen, we have sort of seen that ping pong of like, I'm going to hook you, and then I'm going to chase you and hook you, and then come back. And instead of eating decisive strikes, right, we see that eating decisive strikes makes sense when somebody's already dead. Yeah, but when they're going from second hook to dead, and you feel very confident that you're going to be able to close out that chase. Yeah, and even then, it's typically, for me, I don't think we see it early, and we typically see somebody eat a decisive strike once we've seen other survivors get placed on a hook, right? But when this is your first target, the hard tunnel is such a gamble. It really is, especially because, like you had mentioned, when you don't have another survivor on a hook to have some of that passive pressure to keep their teammates off gens, even just the 5 seconds of the DS stun, completely ignoring the chase that comes after that, that's a significant amount of time for their teammates to do gens completely for free. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole big thing, again, because when you're tunneling somebody, you see 3 survivors on 3 gens, right? There's no incentive for them to do anything else, and so that's a big deal of like, okay, well, why not hook somebody, get in a chase with somebody else, then a teammate has to unhook, by the time they unhook, the hope, especially as a nurse, is that you get another hook, and you can just sort of keep this cycle going of 3 people being relatively busy. I think that's a lot better use of time, but sometimes we kind of see that, especially in the tournament scene, right? Competitive DBD, that sort of hard tunnel, get somebody out immediately mentality is still very much coded into some of these players.
Yeah, and in some situations it can work. It's much more effective in a world where
you get downs faster.
Yeah, well, where you get downs faster, and also in a world where you can recognize, because in a lot of tournament formats, right, you see these sort of circumstances where the survivors can only have one of any given perk.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's not the case here. But so you have to assume that every survivor is going to have that decisive strike, and focusing them out is going to take that much longer because of that.
Yeah, I mean, especially, again, if you are having an inconsistency problem, it's enough to chase somebody once and get them on a hook. But then, yes, they're injured, but if you're chasing them, taking a DS and chasing them again, you're almost chasing them for the duration of what you would for a healthy survivor, right? And so it's like, what are we doing here? You could have gone away from the gen, or gone away from the hook, been in a chase. So again, it's not always the bad move. And again, if you see that the survivors are not playing effectively early, right? We saw a Spirit do this a little bit earlier in the day. We saw that, okay, this survivor, some of the resources are gone. This survivor maybe isn't quite with it. I can take this opportunity. But knowing that you're having some consistency problems, you may not want to maybe make that your sort of...
like, it's something you can decide to do when the situation presents itself, right?
Yeah.
When the circumstances align such that that is the optimal thing to do, that is the way to best build pressure. Like, for example, if you have a 3-gen secured, right, the survivors are working on a gen that's away from your 3-gen, and you can trade that gen for a kill, that might be worth it, even if you have to go through the decisive strike to make that happen.
Sure.
But if you're just going for it and if you're not doing it strategically and you're instead doing it because this is my game plan right from the start, then maybe your game plan no longer aligns with the actual circumstances of the match.
It really smacks of the sort of survivor way of doing things where it's, let me run up and throw a pallet and not check what the killer's doing, right? Of like, I'm just going to tell somebody out, and then just sticking to it without observing, maybe this isn't the call here. So
yeah. So we are having just some minor technical issues, and so we are going to go to a quick break, just a couple of minutes, and we will be back for the second half of this match.
And welcome back to the Dead by Daylight Mobile Knights of Terror. We are continuing our set here in just a second with 4AM and RSK. RSK in a very strong, competent lead right now.
But not impossible for 4AM to make the comeback here. It is definitely doable. I mean, it's going to be very difficult.
Not impossible, just improbable.
Yeah, so at this point, we are 4-9 in favor of RSK, which means that if 4AM wants to make a comeback and make their way to Game 3, they need all 4 survivors to escape in this next match, which is a very, very difficult task. We have seen very, very few 4 survivor escapes as we've gotten into these later matches in the tournament. We saw a good number of them early on, where the matches were maybe a little bit less even, maybe a little bit of like a difference in skill between the 2 teams. But as we're getting into these last couple of matches where these teams have shown themselves to be very competent, very solid, and of course, you know, we're all human, we all make mistakes here and there, but across the board, these teams have been doing a fantastic job. And on Coal Tower, one of the smaller maps, one of the fairer maps in the game, against probably some of the strongest killers that, you know, are in the game at this point. Getting 4 survivors out is going to be a very difficult task. Yeah, I mean, if the killer, if RSK wants to do something here, all they need to do is get it down within the first minute and camp it. And then that's it. That's game. The big problem here is how 4AM is going to balance. One, their chases have to be immaculate. They have to really delay that first hook for at least 2 to 3 gens, right? Yeah. Or they have to be able to get that person who's likely being camped off the hook and everybody get away and be able to split up entirely. If you look at those items, we do have some surprises. The US will see in a little bit. We also do have confirmation that we're going to be seeing a Huntress. So I think I know what's in store for us
this is an iridescent head Huntress.
Yeah. I'm expecting Agitation, Iron Maiden, Eerie Head, and then just a hard camp on that first hook. Because the thing is, for our killer, all you have to do is secure 1 kill. If you get 1 kill, that's game. Yeah, and really with Iridescent Head Huntress, projectiles, pallets are less of a threat. You just need the 1 hit. I think there is a real good likelihood we see it down probably within 30 seconds, and then that should secure it for RSK. The difference is, where are they going to be able to hook? The survivors need to identify where the basement is and then just not be near it. I mean, even if you don't go to the basement, even just unhooking, period, against an Iridescent Huntress is... It'll have to be a multi-person affair, right? Even then, it's borderline impossible because you're effectively guaranteed to trade, right? Right. Like which is why, like you had mentioned, you need multiple survivors to come in. And considering she can only have 1 hatchet... Oh, no. Ooh, that's first pick right there. Wait, okay. Ooh, there she little double take. Little double take. Our Huntress did see the Meg. They are in chase at this tile. Some bitter murmur. Yeah, here it comes. And there's the down. Like a Bubba who's throwing his chainsaw at you. Yeah, wow. Wait, Sabo's coming in. There is a Sabo. No way. Oh, no, but no, they don't have enough Sabos. There's a hill hook. Yeah, they could just go up on the hill. That's far easier to contest, but they want the reload. Yeah, they want the reload. That's really important. Playing around the pallet save here. Ooh. They are going to get this hook. That wiggle was pretty close, though. Yeah, very close. But that is, let's just gawk there for a second at this Huntress skin. It's a very good Huntress skin. That's a beautiful skin. I would love to get my hands on that. But yeah, we do just need like thoroughly checking the tile. But I mean, I expect our killer is not going to go more than 10 meters away from this hook until this person's dead. Yeah, they don't really need to do much. And then, yes, with Iridescent Head, the big deal here is that they can trade. There's very little threat. They just need to confirm this particular kill, and the survivors are going to be sort of out of luck. 1 gen at 89%, 1 at 11. Really not even a strong contest here from the survivors, as they've mostly doubled up on the 1. Yeah, that is also going to be Bitter Murmur, so our killer is going to know there were 2 people on the... No way. No shot. No. Oh, my God. That was very good. Bitter Murmur, of course, lets the killer know and see the auras of 2 survivors who were on the gen that just got completed. And also keeping in mind that at endgame, Bitter Murmur will show the auras of all survivors on the map for, I believe it's like 10 or 12 seconds. Yeah, it's not particularly long, and on this map there's a lot of things that are in the way to sort of block that, but... yeah, this is going to be tough. We see 1 survivor approaching for the unhook. They need to do something here, or 4AM is out if this kill is confirmed. Yeah, I mean, I don't see a way. We do see a flashlight in the hands of our Quentin here. maybe trying to, coming in with the idea that this is very much an all or nothing game. Everyone needs to get out. So maybe the idea to try and prevent that pickup and prevent that hook before it happened. But, I mean, when the survivor goes down with as little warning as you have versus an iridescent head huntress, it's so difficult to actually get into position to make that flashlight save.
Yeah, I think it would have been a lot more interesting to see more toolboxes and see camaraderie, I think, than to see a flashlight. Personally, I think flashlight is an interesting pick here. It's a very hopeful pick, and it's a little bit dicey, and I don't think it adds any value in this particular context.
Yeah, I do like seeing the Quentin through the, oh no, well, here comes the trade. Wait. Oh my god, she hit, no, never mind. Okay, she was just holding it. Just playing it safe.
Good down there. That's gonna
okay,
be...
but he's under a pallet with Unbreakable, so this is a little bit of a stressful situation for our Huntress here. Unless she's going to just commit to the Meg and call it a day, give up on that kill for now? Maybe not. Wait. Oh, no.
Right.
Imagine a world where she... Yeah, okay. See, this is what I was talking about. The balanced landing.
Yeah, we called that. We saw that very, very early. Our first spectator was Kate, and I saw the balance, and I was like, the Unbreakable to the pallet's done. That was...
Okay, see, things are looking up a little for our survivors here. Definitely not an ideal scenario.
And what we saw was 4AM's ability to be really, really patient, and the Huntress moved just that 11th meter, and Quentin came in with the quickness.
Oh, the vault on the window. Okay, Quentin is going to go down here, but the thing is, it's going to take the Huntress a little while to down him, and just by virtue of, wait, he actually doesn't go down. Does he make it around the corner? Oh my god, he does. She's playing it safe because you have to keep in mind, our Huntress only has one hatchet, and she is a 4.4 killer, so she does land the M1, and again, wow, that skin is just so beautiful. But, getting the Meg off that hook and not letting her confirm that kill is so crucial because that just bought the survivors effectively another 2 minutes to do gens.
I will lose my mind if they actually pull this off.
There's no way. With no way out in the and Bitter Murmur in the end game, there's no way, but I would love to see a world where that happens.
I mean, I didn't think there was a way that the Huntress would let the unhook happen, and here we are. So, I don't know. I think if hubris gets in the way, if overconfidence gets in the way, this could be a very different game. 4 gens about to be done here in just a second if they can get back to that one.
And the last gen, admittedly right next to the hook, but the last gen at 80%, and also, oh no, on Bitter Murmur, she saw the injured Meg, and she knows that's her death hook target. This is a missed hatchet.
Dicey throw. And the Meg knows this is time to make distance. There's only one hatchet in the belt. This could be down to the wire, no way out being procced if survivors hide well enough. It might be tough.
Yeah, and the deliverance coming out on Quentin as well. Having gotten that unhook on the Meg, he was able to get himself off that hook. What is this? The Iron Maiden coming into play.
Yeah. So, Meg got in the locker. We're not entirely sure why. She is on death hook, and if she goes down here, which she will.
There it goes.
There it goes. All their chances are...
And I think is that basement or not?
Wait, is there another survivor in a locker? Or was that just a reload?
No, that was the reload. Is this basement or not? I can't tell.
This is not basement, no. So this will just be... I mean, she has death hook, so it doesn't really necessarily... Ooh, but the body block... Is this going to be a sabotage?
Yes.
Do they have time? They don't have time to get to that.
There's no way.
This is going to be a drop.
Oh my god, there's no way. Yeah, and that's the wiggle.
That is going to be the wiggle off. She attempted to drop, which filled the wiggle bar. So this is going to have to be a cross map. Do we see something special come out? Oh.
No, I think they're going to play it safe, just hunt the Meg down, because keep in mind, No Way Out has still not been procced. I don't believe. I don't believe the survivors have been able to touch a gate because that pickup came in right as that last gen got finished.
I don't know. If we look at the Huntress, the perk is not lit up right now.
Oh, no. Yeah, no. I see that the Nia's on the door. Yeah. Because only 2 tokens from the Meg and the Quentin.
This is a really close set of games from 4AM and RSK. 4AM really clutching to stay in here.
Oh,
the Meg is going to go down.
Okay, well, the whole team's got to roll up right now. Because they've got to make a hero play.
Yeah, you're just screaming squad all the way to the bank.
I don't know. No.
Yep, that's going to be it. And that will be RSK advancing 4AM, making a very convincing sort of set of plays.
Yeah, wow. An incredible effort from the team to keep Meg alive there. Like, that was probably some of the most effective Sabo play I've ever seen in this sort of environment.
Yeah, you do not see...
Dead Heart off the hill, just for a little bit of flair.
Yeah, you do not see really Sabotage come out in tournaments often because it is just so much more important to bring medkits. Ooh, the juke at the end.
Yeah, just putting a little flair on it. Kate showing the crowd that, like, hey, we may have let one out, but we may have let one die, but we are still some damn good survivors in our own right.
Yeah, I think that was really interesting to see, especially coming hot off the heels of the 4 a.m. playing as Nurse and having the ace, use Decisive Strike and things like that. Really 2 hot games back-to-back. RSK is going to be advancing, and this is going to be a grudge match, Endgame versus RSK. Endgame had a very, very respectful handle on their last matchup, so it's going to be interesting to see if RSK is bringing a different energy into this.
Yeah, I would love to see a contentious match here. I mean, we've seen some very good play from RSK. We've seen some very good play from Endgame. Yep. I am extremely excited as we're starting to get ready for this grand finals.
Now, do keep in mind this is going to be a best of 5, so we've been doing best of 3s for quite some time now. 1 map, 2 games, a second map, 2 games, and then a third if necessary. But now out of a best of 5, we're doing a minimum of 3 different sets, which is going to be, 6 games minimum that we're going to be looking at. And then, from there, kind of see what happens. But
yeah, potentially 10 games if we go all the way to Game 5.
Let's take a quick look at all the highlights from those last few matches. We got some goods for you. There's a lot of fun. These were really the tightest matches we've seen.
Yeah, these were some really good matches here. Oh yeah, that hard call out, just full swinging through the pallet, using that extra movement speed that you get from Spirit's unphase. Oh yeah, and that body block on the pallet front. Because I was wondering when we were watching that originally why the Fung sort of faked the pallet, but I had forgotten that the Spirit's Husk will body block.
In some cases, if the Spirit was too far back, she could have been pallet stunned out of her phase. And so really good placement there from the Spirit to just block that without being too far forward.
Yeah, and the Nia doing a great job of not looping a tile, but looping her hooked teammate to prevent the sort of 2-for-1 there. I mean, she does eventually go down, but she wastes a decent bit of time doing so.
Really good stuff here from the Spirit, both Spirits really, and just showing that both of these teams have a very strong handle on this killer, which we have not seen really prior to this weekend. There's a lot of inconsistencies with the Spirit, but Spirit performing pretty well. Quentin's MVP of the day, I feel like, just looping really well against that Spirit, getting some great plays against our Huntress.
Yeah, I mean, how long did he spend at that one jungle gym with the Spirit? Like, he spent probably 45 seconds at least
easily.
At that one jungle gym.
Easily, yeah. Really good command there.
Here it is.
Yeah, this is the great set of plays. The ace having his Decisive Strike up, faking and getting the grab, and then using Decisive Strike. Really great tactic there, allowing the unhook to happen.
Yeah, and really important to keep in mind, too, that while the survivor is being grabbed off the unhook, their teammate is locked in an animation and can't be unhooked by someone else. But once the DS came in and the killer was stunned, the Kate was free to unhook.
Really good pallet stun from the Quentin, using his Unbreakable to pick himself up and then get the pallet stun just to delay that time a little bit more. Really almost went their direction there, the Meg going down at the unsafe pallet there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a heroic effort from the team to keep the Meg alive. I mean, the Sabo plays coming through. If we had seen a flashlight save in, like, the losers finals of a tournament like this, I would have lost it.
Yeah, that's unheard of. That's a different world.
I mean, we've seen one flashlight save in this entire tournament, and it was in round 1.
It was
like literally the first match.
Yeah, I mean, typically, again, you see medkits for that efficiency, right? You do not see things like Sabotage Toolbox. You don't see purple flashlights because most of the time you need to be on a gen. You don't need to be running around hovering the killer. But in this particular context where it's like, okay, we know that they're going to try to tunnel somebody, it could have played in a little bit more than what it did.
Yeah, and I mean, the macro efficiency you get from being able to heal yourself independently at the same speed that a teammate would heal you, it's honestly, medkits in this version of Dead by Daylight, medkits are the best item in the game by miles.
Yeah.
It's really no contest. Like, toolboxes are nice, Sabo plays can be cool, flashlight saves are fun, but if you're looking to win, I mean, there's no other choice but medkits.
Yeah, so we are going to send it to our sort of little break timer. We're going to get up, use the bathroom maybe, get some water. You guys be sure you get up and stretch. Stay tuned, though. We do still have more Knights of Terror as we go into the grand finals. Lots more giveaway codes in the chat. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, and welcome back as we head into the grand finals for the Dead by Daylight Mobile Knights of Terror tournament. We're excited to bring this to you. We've been built up for 2 weekends.
Yeah, I mean, this is the home stretch. This is our last best of 5.
Yeah.
The winner of this whole tournament with the $20,000 prize pool will be decided here.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big deal. We do have some changes in the rules that we can go over here in a little bit, but we do want to just give you a quick refresher of the bracket that we're looking at because there's been a lot of back and forth. It's been very, very fun. If you look right here, we have Endgame versus RSK.
Which is a bit of a rematch here, because if you look at the last match in the winner's bracket before this, you see that Endgame were actually the ones who knocked RSK down to the lower bracket. And so they've climbed their way back up, and they're here for revenge.
It's been interesting because RSK just climbed out of the loser's bracket after being sent there by 4 a.m. with a very commanding 2-0. So it seems like RSK is well-paced to learn from their mistakes and really start to pivot when they need to and make those great plays that we saw against 4 a.m.'s Nurse and things like that. I think there's a good chance, obviously either team could take it, but RSK coming in here hot, warmed up, and, you know, I'd be a little bit scared if I were Endgame right now.
Yeah, I mean, I would love, especially coming off that good momentum, coming off of a solid win in that last match. RSK, I'm sure, are really feeling themselves going into this grand finals. And I just hope for their sake that they can keep that good mental state, they can keep that momentum up, and give us a great grand finals here, one for the ages. Yeah, we do see this is final best of 5. And really what that means is that it's going to be a slight differential from what we've seen in the best of 3s. With best of 5, we are going to see a single map picked out. We're going to see that both teams get to play both Killer and Survivor. Whoever has the highest point value coming out of that will win the map. They'll get a point total, right? And so the idea is to see who wins the most maps out of 5. First to hit 3 kind of really takes it. Yeah, whereas in the best of 3, we were in sort of a situation where those first 2 maps, you had the sum total of all the points earned, and that decided whether we went to that 3rd map or whether the series was over after 2. We're seeing it's going to be more map-based points. So, for example, the first map we will see today is going to be Wrecker's Yard. And so we're going to have, I believe that's going to be Endgame starting on Killer, if I remember correctly.
Could be, yeah, I believe so.
And so we're going to see Endgame on Killer, RSK on Survivor. They'll switch, and for just to keep in mind, just a quick refresher, because I don't think we mentioned this before, the points values awarded to each team after each map are going to be based on the kills and escapes. So it's going to be 1 point for each kill, 1 point for each escape, so up to 4. But if you get all 4 kills or all 4 escapes, you get 1 extra point on top of that for 5. And so you can get 5 points per match, then you flip sides, and then you can get another potential 5 points. Then, whoever wins after sort of match 1A and 1B will be then awarded 1 point in the series because they've won that map.
If they win it.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, whichever team, someone's going to win it.
Yeah. So really, it's going to be just only slightly different. Instead of adding up the points, you know, having 10, 20, 30 points cumulative rolling into these matches, you know, some of those differentials might get far too high for it to really start to matter. So again, you will be able to, in this best of 5, win a map, and then that gives you a total point. And we're just trying to see who gets to the most points here, which I think 3 is going to be the cap, really. If somebody wins 3, then that's going to be it. So if Endgame wins 3 maps in a row, there's really no chance for the other 2 to be won for RSK. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what we dive into here. We're looking at the potential for a lot more killer bans coming out in a best of 5. We're looking at the potential for, obviously, we're probably going to see Billy bans coming out really early, Spirit bans, Oni would probably be next up, or Nurse. I've seen 2 Nurses today. I mean, it's possible, though. I just don't think the Nurse has been consistent enough to be sort of that staple that you would expect it to be. Yeah, which is interesting considering sort of we know that the theoretical power of the Nurse is at this point is theoretically higher than basically any other killer. But the performances we've been seeing have really not been reflecting that we've been seeing very sort of inconsistent performances, even not even over the course of the tournament, but even within any individual game, we've been seeing a lot of inconsistency whenever the Nurse has been pulled out. And so, I don't know, maybe these teams are not so confident in their Nurse that
we haven't even been seeing very many nurse bans. So the teams, like you were saying, there's sort of where it's a little hard to say as spectators, as people who aren't as immersed in this competitive environment on the player side. But it's interesting to kind of theorize about whether is that maybe because players aren't so confident in their nurse, or that's maybe because the survivors are actually very confident in playing against the nurse.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see kind of what happens. I would expect that the Cascade looks more like Billy, Spirit, Oni in terms of bans. And that's probably going to force our potential game 4 into people either playing those uncomfortable nurses or, really taking that risk or going for something that is potentially more in their wheelhouse, but less of a strong killer, right? Plague, Huntress with the iridescent head, Hag, things of that nature. So Endgame is killing first. They are going to really set the pace on Wrecker's Yard. Again, smaller map, the centralized shack, basement always right there, very consistent. This really kind of puts the pressure on survivors to show out here, right? We talked about certain maps will put pressure on one role or the other. Big maps, wide open spaces like Rotten Fields make it so that the killer has a harder time. So let's see how RSK answers this and see what that tone really is from Endgame.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting too, because speaking of that Huntress, we've seen Eerie Head Huntress twice, right? We've seen 2 matches played with that killer. And both times we saw very, very fast first downs, but very different results, right? That first match with the Eerie Head Huntress we saw, which was on Wrecker's Yard, I believe that was on Saturday, if I remember right. Hard to say, there's so many matches get played. But what we saw was that we ended up in a 4K there because the survivors were sort of scrambling, playing a little bit too altruistically, sort of almost throwing themselves at the killer in that desperate attempt to try and save their teammates that you really can't do against a ranged insta-down. It's just too lethal. Yeah,
there was a lot going on in that particular match that it clearly was a curveball from the killer to play as Iridescent Head Huntress, and the survivors did not understand really how to handle that. We saw a very different type of gameplay from 4AM. Now going into this end game is picking up the Spirit, RSK, playing a survivor, playing defensive, kind of what we mentioned. And Endgame's got a good Spirit. They're a strong Spirit player.
Yeah, Endgame's Spirit was very, very clean when we saw them the other day.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting to see. Again, Wrecker's Yard is small, Spirit's very fast. If they bring speed or duration add-ons, especially if they stack Corrupt, Pop, Ruin, or something of that nature to really force that early game, this could be tough. I'm excited to see kind of how this goes. We see multiple dead hards.
I see a very unusual perk pick on a couple of the survivors there. I'm curious to see how that plays out.
Now, we'll call that out. We do see Lucky Break right now on the survivors, which is a perk that I believe masks their pools of blood when they're injured. Combine that with Iron Will.
Also your scratch marks.
Yeah, so combine that with Iron Will. You have a silent survivor who's leaving nothing behind for at least a short duration.
I believe it's a 40 seconds.
Yes.
It's a pretty long time. The main issue that you'll often see in sort of the public matches with Lucky Break is that the duration isn't quite long enough.
We are already on a first down here.
Yeah, wow. But the issue you'll often see with Lucky Break is that it's not quite enough time to both escape the killer, find a teammate, and get healed before that duration runs out and that Lucky Break timer stops ticking down.
Really, the big thing is to try to delay chase, I would imagine, but it is a gamble. You have to really force the killer to sort of be on their heels. Now, I do want to call out the build here from the killer.
Yeah, very interesting.
We are seeing the risks taken the other day being taken again. Ruin, Devour, and Haunted Grounds. 2 totems cleansed already. Haunted Grounds is still up.
Yeah.
That is one heck of a gamble, and we're still seeing Hex Ruin at tier 1, so not that it was beneficial too strong to begin with, but that's going to be most of the Hex totems gone.
Yeah, but wow, look at that reach, understanding the pathing that the Neo was going to take. She runs all the way to the corner, but the thing is that assuming she has the decisive strike, it doesn't seem like the killer's going to pick her up, and we are seeing on our end an Unbreakable on the Neo who is down on the ground, so she will be picking herself up shortly. The only problem is she's all the way in the corner of the map with no resources while the Spirit's chasing her teammates.
Yeah, we definitely need RSK to start kind of picking up on their chases here to start delaying the inevitable while also sort of pounding out gens.
Yeah, and look, this Nia immobilized in the corner of the map. She's very much stuck.
And
I wonder how well the timing is on the Spirit. Oh, she's just leaving her down.
Again,
interesting.
Yeah. What's really interesting to see about that Nia and the reason why that corner is so really dreadful for the Nia is they have Lithe. They do not have Dead Hard or Sprint Burst. And that really changes what you can use when you're pinched in those corners like that.
Yeah, when realistically there's nothing for her to use to activate her exhaustion perk. Good understanding of the Spirit, recognizing that the Fung is going to pass to that pallet and cutting her off just before the pallet gets reached.
Fung knows that she's going to go back to the Nia, try to get that person who just picked up. There is a concentration of survivors, so Fung's going to go ahead and use their med kit right now. Generator 2 almost at 93% on our side, so a lot of self-care coming out, but not a lot of gen work. Not as sort of ahead of the game as you would expect.
And also, well, now 2 stacks of Thanatophobia active means that those heals are going to be slowed down pretty significantly. Just enough to make it kind of inconvenient, and especially now, playing a filler palette against a Spirit. Good luck, Nia.
Yeah, the Nia's doing a decent job here, but is going... just the difference there. The blood pools didn't drop for a second. Good job making her whiff there.
Twice.
That's 2 whiffs. Can she get another spin out of it? Ooh.
And even that with no resources, just a couple of good spins, that's 5 seconds or so gained for her team to do gens. With 2 gens done, but not a significant amount of gen progress on anything else. Yeah, our survivors definitely need to start splitting up, getting on generators, and sort of getting those done. 1 at 28%, that's the highest progress we have. Right now, the killer perks... Devour's not broken.
Oh, Devour wasn't broken. It was just deactivated, and now we're seeing Haunted Grounds in play. And I'm not sure after Ruin's gone why you would really be touching too many totems at this point, really waiting for Devour to proc and then going after them.
Well, maybe they remember her build from yesterday and recognize that there's a good chance Devour's in play.
They definitely might. I think it's a little bit riskier here. We're going to see that they need to play really passively, stay off of generators, stay hidden, and this is a bit of a spot to be in when your survivor teammate's on hook. Is this going to be a pretty fast
there's
down?
Still Haunted Grounds active.
And that is going to be a down on Kate, yep. And that should confirm the kill here as Nia goes struggle, and that's going to be a really commanding start for endgame. Really unfortunate RNG for RSK, knowing maybe to probe those totems, knowing what the build maybe should have been, and maybe should have waited for it.
Yeah, it's going to play patiently here, maybe not so patiently. Wait, but the Fung doesn't unhook? Oh my god, she gets grabbed too. Oh no.
Wow, RSK dropping this first match just in the lap of the Spirit. That's going to be
disaster.
A really good dead heart, but Nia's going to go down. Nia is use their unbreakable. They're going to stay there for a bit while Decisive Strike deactivates.
Yeah, she still has her Decisive Strike active, but it's only active for 60 seconds. And the thing is, the rest of her team is either downed or injured.
Or in a locker, apparently. Taking a look at Ace hopping in the locker there, assuming maybe he's being pursued. I don't really understand.
Yeah, I think at this point, our killer is perfectly happy to just sit here. They are very much in control of the way the rest of this game goes. 4 stacks of Thanatophobia leading to, I think, a 20% slowdown on that heal for Ace. And, man, this is not a spot you want to be in for our survivors, especially because, like you had mentioned, our Spirit knows that the Nia had burned her Unbreakable earlier on in the match. Yeah. So that resource not going to be available to alleviate this pressure.
Yeah, this is a really strong position for Spirit to be in. 2 gens done. I mean, even if somebody gets unhooked at this point, this is game. Like, there's really no bouncing back from this unless literal miracles are performed.
Wow, the Decisive Strike, that must have been the last couple of seconds. Mm-hmm. I mean, but at this point, even this, there's still so much pressure. Like, we've seen pressure evaporate from the killers before, but also she's now aware for sure that Ace does not have borrowed time, having downed the Nia immediately after she was unhooked by Ace earlier in the match.
Yeah, this is a really, like I said, the Survivor's going to have a tough time coming back from this. This is going to be playing pickup, really, and just trying to get into the groove for the next match, trying to get yourself in that mentality. Incredible precision from the Spirit, just beelining it right for that Survivor.
Yeah, wow, just recognizing that the Nia's going to make some space, predicting the location she would probably go to heal, and just getting right on top of her head. And the thing is, you can hear those healing noises as well. Even if Iron Will is in play for the Survivor, you still hear that sort of scritchy, scratchy of the medkit as the Survivor is healing themselves.
Yeah, no bite the bullet in this version of the game, and not that it would be run in this setting, so that's going to confirm the first kill right here. And again, no gen progress has happened in, I would say, a few minutes at this point.
Yeah, they've just been trying to alleviate this pressure, which has just been so dangerous.
Yeah, this is definitely going to go right in Endgame's pocket, unless there's a hatch play, maybe a basement key, something of that that nature coming out. But they don't even have enough gens done right now to make that work. They would need to get one more generator completed. Ooh.
Wow, just hearing the footsteps, like that audio recognition that the survivor is right on top of you as you hear them drop the shack pallet, and you can hear them running. The difference between them running on dirt of the outside of the shack and running on wood of the inside.
Yeah, really good movement there from the Spirit as well. Being just in a position not to get stunned by that pallet, right? Calling that out a little bit early. Putting themselves in the right position to succeed there. Endgame having a really good start. RSK not really sure how to handle the build here, how to handle the Spirit. This sets a pretty interesting tone for the match, and RSK is going to have to answer it. Also,
I'm not entirely certain, but I believe that after this next unhook comes in, that is going to be a third token of Devour for our Spirit. So she's going to be insta-downing survivors with those attacks.
Great dead hard from the Fung. We needed that far earlier in the game, but still really good play here at the end.
Yeah, better late than never.
Delaying things just enough, maybe to gather themselves, make a game plan. It looks like there's some healing near or under the hook that's going on here as Spirit goes into phase and tries to cut this Fung off. Really good job from the Fung here. Still getting stuck, though. Ooh,
maybe a missed swing, some fancy footwork, but the killer just taking her time. It's more important to make sure you get that hit than to rush it and maybe miss. Because at this point, our Spirit's very much in the driver's seat. There's no gen that is even close to being done. The closest is 60%. Like, she has such a commanding lead. Oh, and that 60% gen's about to get kicked. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, right now our survivors have spent enough time healing that you'd have to assume that they're trying to do something a little bit different, trying to figure out a different plan of attack, like kind of what we talked about, you know, going for a key, going for plunderers or something like that, maybe in future matches, understanding that the survivor dynamic is not necessarily in their favor.
Yeah, wow, and just, again, hearing that healthy breathing of the ace as she passes through the tile, and just like, you saw she sort of went past the tile and then second-guessed herself and turned around like, no, he's behind me, isn't he?
Really good job on the ace, just standing still. Is going to get hit here. Ooh, great dead hard. Going for the window.
He might still get hit here. No.
Ooh, that was
just
very
enough.
Close.
Yeah, the dead hard making up that little bit of extra distance he needed.
Yeah, we're seeing really good plays from the survivors now. It's a little bit late, but they are, you know, making it work for them now, just trying to delay the inevitable a little bit longer and trying to get their head back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a jungle gym here, so 2 resources, both a window and a pallet for our ace to work with. But the question is, how much time can he buy with those against a Spirit who's been playing as well as, I mean, this has just been such a phenomenal Spirit performance. Like, I really don't even know what to say at this point.
Really good down from the Spirit there. Really good plays from the ace, really delaying that for quite a while. Definitely not bad. Could have used it earlier, but not bad. We see the repair progress is going out there just a little bit slow because of Thanatophobia, as we see that gen tick up to 46, 47% here. Let's see what these survivors choose to do as Spirit hooks and moves to check gens. We do see one survivor just kind of getting behind a rock there, kind of just hiding out.
Yeah, and also the Devour Totem has been cleansed in that last chase, so no insta-down for our Spirit. She is just doing a nice thorough check of the edge of the map because she recognized that the gen she had kicked previously was no longer regressing, which means that someone had been there to work on it. Oh, wow, and catching the Kate on her way to unhook her teammate. Just such good recognition of the timing of those rotations from the survivors. Like, our Spirit is just so hyper-aware of where on the map the survivors want to be and when. And that is just such a key thing that we often haven't seen in these matches. Just that recognition of, you are going to be here, and I'm here to interrupt you.
Yeah, really, the Spirit has, you know, had a few things fall in place really well for them. Haunted Grounds coming out early, but they really took great advantage of the things that have happened and has been able to make those coalesce and mesh really well with their own capabilities. Not really giving much an inch here for RSK to make anything with. We do see the Fung sneaking out.
Again, hearing the healthy breathing, just going right by the Fung. She starts to go to the gen, and again, that, oh wait, no, they're behind me. Let me turn around and go get them.
The big question here is, you know, Fung we know has a dead hard. Are they going to fake window, try to make a dead hard play, or dead hard for the pout? There it goes, and that is going to be a phase coming out. How is the Fung going to answer this?
Oh, the slow vault. She heard it.
Yep.
She heard that slow vault noise, that
down.
little grunt that the survivors make when they slow vault a resource.
That
just
is
enough. That's all she needs.
Yep. Yeah, that's all she needs, and that's the hard part about playing against a Spirit, just in those single sort of resource areas where it's just a palette that could be easily navigated around. It made the Spirit so difficult to go against.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a tough spot for our survivors to be in. Our Spirit does spot the blood trail of Ace, so she is hot on his tail. Maybe a little bit of indecision there, as she didn't see any scratch marks about where exactly he was. But, oh no, oh wait, what is this? Yeah, there he goes down again. Oh man, the phase accuracy, we keep talking about that, right? That's the consistency of the Spirit, just the accuracy of those phases to just guarantee a hit with every use of your power is so important.
Yeah, just leaving them down to check a gen, see if they can kind of close this out faster, knowing only 2 survivors are left. And it looks like RSK is maybe sort of traipsing around looking for a hatch, trying to make something work, understanding that they're both on death hook. So the minute somebody gets on that hook, it is going to be a race to hatch. The Spirit, not sure where it is, maybe poking around for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, this making sure you know where the hatch is in these late game scenarios is just so important. Because the hatch is sort of almost a pity mechanic, right? It's sort of a last chance at escape for a survivor whose game has gone south. But the thing is, against a killer with the ability to cover the map that this Spirit has, that hatch race is very much in her favor, especially if she's not willing to take any chances and she wants to find the hatch before hooking that last survivor.
Yeah, exactly. We see the kick on the gen just in case, but it doesn't seem like they've maybe seen the hatch. It was a little bit obscured.
Oh, there it is.
There
she
it is.
Sees it
now they see it, yep. So now they have a good idea of, well, okay, I can hook, and then I'm just going to come right back here. They don't really necessarily have to play quite so passively. We do see, looks like Kate going to the chest that was near that gen off to the side, which means they are hoping that they can get a key to reopen the hatch door if it gets closed.
Oh, it does seem that she found a med kit, but the thing is she's healing out in the open. Wait, did Dark Killer? Oh, there it is.
Yep.
There's the mutual recognition of, like, it's almost like you bump into each other, you know? Those happen sometimes in my games too.
Ooh, that was a whiff. That was interesting.
Yeah,
really good.
Yeah, the Dead Heart just out of that swing range.
Yeah, really good job there on the down Spirit, and just needs to sort of collect these two, put them on hooks, and sew this up. Endgame with a very respectful start here. Not necessarily sure what the wait is for, but
see, it's a little something. So at this point, her sort of 2 options are to find the Ace, hook him, come back, hook the Kate, right? Alternatively, because the Ace's bleed out bar has less time left on it than Kate's, if she waits for the Ace to bleed out and then picks up and hooks Kate, that is a 0 RNG, no chances taken way to win the game. If she doesn't know where the Ace is and she can't find him. Which she's kind of making her way over there, but I don't think you can hear the slug from quite that far away.
Yeah, I think
maybe she did see him. Maybe she has sufficiently checked the area around the hatch that she's just going to carry the Kate back that way.
Yeah, it looks like if you put the Kate on the hook nearest hatch, it'll take a little bit of time for Kate to ascend, giving Spirit just enough time to go ahead and close it and be done. No adrenalines are likely to be in play, so this does mitigate all the potential risks of having hatch open up.
Yeah, I mean, and in these situations, right, when you have the game all but secured and you really want to make sure you get those 4 kills to get all 5 of those points, why take any chances, right? Like, why would you take a risk when you don't have to? Oh, there she goes. She hears the slug, and all right. So we won't have to wait that extra 20 seconds or so for the Ace to finish bleeding out.
Yeah, really good job from Endgame there. I think potentially we're going to see that hopefully RSK learns their lessons regarding totems, right? Knowing some totem placements and not going for them until it becomes a problem, which I know is very different from the sort of Hex Ruin scenario that you would like, but kind of playing into the hand a little bit there, unfortunately. Really, 32,000 perfect game from the Spirit.
Yeah, that is going to be, if it does come down to that blood point tiebreaker after this, to win this map, that's going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, really, RSK needs to come out here and also get a 4K to hopefully tie it. And I don't know what happens if they both have perfect scores.
I mean, there are like further layers of tiebreaker. I don't remember off the top of my head what they are, but yeah, I think there are like 3 or 4 different layers of tiebreakers if the blood points do happen to be tied.
Yeah, so this is going to be really interesting to look at here. RSK has to come out here and at least tie it, but even then, it's not necessarily sewed up. They have to get a good amount of hooks, a good amount of ability hits. kicking off gens. There's a lot at stake here. RSK is not in a good position to win this first map, and potentially a good idea now would be to go into this next one, learn a little bit more, and strategize for the next map.
Yeah, because it is important to keep in mind that this is a best of 5. So it is, I mean, obviously it's not ideal. You don't want to give up any points in the grand finals of a tournament of this scale, but if you do drop a game, it's not the end of the world. There's still plenty of room to come back.
Yeah.
We have potentially 4 more maps ahead of us, assuming Endgame takes this one. RSK will have plenty of room to come back.
Yeah, RSK will have plenty of room to come back, and we're going to have to really see them test that flexibility that we've talked about before, where they come in and they go, okay, that didn't work. How do we regroup, and how do we bounce back, right? They lost so much at the beginning of that match. We saw 2 gens completed. They finally got a third one going, but it took them so long, and they lost so much by that point. So we're going to have to see, again, we saw the Billy bans come out. In the next round, I expect we see a Spirit ban to prevent something of this nature. But I wonder, does Endgame have a strong nurse in the pocket, strong Oni, things like that? You have to assume so.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get to this stage in the tournament, you're not going to get there by only having one strong killer. You have to have a whole arsenal up your sleeve, because I'm sure at some point prior in the tournament, we had some less standard bans, right?
Yeah.
So it is important to have that depth to your character pool, right? Even if it's not necessarily the same person playing killer, right?
Sure.
Because as long as you're a legal member on the roster, you can play killer. So if you have someone who's really good at Oni, someone who's really good at Spirit, someone who's really good at Nurse, someone who's really good at, I don't know, Plague, Wraith, Hag, all characters we've seen so far in this tournament,
yep,
those are perfectly valid, and you can bring those to bear if the character you originally wanted to play is banned.
Yeah, it's really going to boil down to what happens next. Again, how RSK sort of answers. I would expect to see a Spirit from them, and it's going to have to be, like I said, it's going to have to be at least a 4K. The blood points are going to have to be on par.
At least a 4K. Maybe we'll see the first ever Dead by Daylight 5K in this game.
I mean, somebody's got to do it, right? So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, like I said, what the strategy is. At this point, maybe they just take time to learn about the survivors they're going against to go into those future matches, that best of 5, and really sort of shake things up a little bit. We saw this sort of similar dynamic endgame in RSK previously when RSK got sent to the losers bracket, where endgame came in and just had their number pretty well dialed in, and RSK had a hard time coming back from that. So it's not over till it's over. A lot of things could change, especially towards those last 2 to 3 matches when those bans really start to stack. But it's the pressure's on. It's already on.
Yeah, and it is important to keep in mind too that while Endgame's killer did a phenomenal job and looked extremely strong in that last match, we did see some sloppiness from Endgame's survivors in the previous matches they played. We saw some kind of questionable plays, maybe some sort of unusual rotations, and a little bit of hubris coming out, right? Like that sort of not necessarily maybe not having that same fear in their hearts, right, of their opponent that they maybe needed to have a bit of a cleaner performance.
Yeah, so going into it, I mean, RSK playing killer is going to have to get that 4K and, maybe exploit some of those weaknesses on those survivors, and hopefully going into the next one set a stronger tone if they play killer first or something like that, and really reverse the sort of dynamic that we're going into. Because we did see that sort of hubris healing not around any pallets and things like that, but, these sort of survivor mistakes sometimes are really minor in the grand scheme of an entire game, because your teammates bail you out of a scenario or something of that nature. Those killer mistakes are so much more potent.
Yeah, because you don't have anyone else there to save you. It's you versus everyone else.
Yeah, if you make enough mistakes as killer, you're hoping on the other side to make a mistake to counter it instead of somebody bailing you out, right? That's quite a different dynamic to have. So really, we're going to have to see some decisive action from the killer. We're going to have to see some smart plays with regards to being territorial, not over-defending, getting really consistently into those chases, right? You don't want to leave a minute in the middle of the match to be floating around and looking and trying to find somebody.
Yeah, and just understanding your priorities and striking that balance between gen pressure and survivor pressure, right? Especially if you see something like that Hex Ruin, the Pop Goes the Weasel, you bring in those sort of more active gen defense perks rather than something like the Corrupt or the No Way Out that just kind of happens around you while you play the game. those perks, you really need to be able to strike that balance efficiently.
And the really interesting thing that we saw that endgame was able to do is when you bring all hexes, right? You Hex Devour Hope, Hex Ruin, Hex Haunted Grounds. You're seeing a killer that does not need to stop and touch a generator.
Yeah.
And that allows them to hook and get into a chase, and hook and get into a chase. And that is very different. Even when we see nurses that, blink up onto somebody, take the hit, take the fatigue, and then they kick and they give that space, they give that distance. Spirit has even less of a sort of budget for that kind of mistake or for that kind of gameplay, and that makes Pop Goes the Weasel a very tough trade, especially when the heat is on, the moment's tense. So I wonder, does RSK maybe try to flex a little bit? We've seen them use Pop pretty consistently, reliably, and what's the counter to that? It's going to be a little bit different.
I mean, the counter to Pop is don't get hooked and don't do gens.
Yeah.
So
an endgame might be able to do it. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, not getting hooked, definitely good for the survivors. But that other counter, not getting gen progress for the killer to take it away, maybe a little bit less productive.
I mean, the other thing is we could see what we saw earlier, just getting the gen high enough progress, and then just the killer goes for the swing, doesn't hit, doesn't kick the gen. So interesting to see. I'm really excited to see. We are seeing sort of on our end, at least RSK, sort of swapping around killers, saying, okay, what's the best thing for the scenario here? You have to assume endgame has practice against spirits. You have to assume they've gone against Onis, and with the potential for a spirit ban next, I don't see a world where we don't see a spirit early.
Yeah, I mean, I'm as much as I'm expecting the spirit, just to, like you said, get her in before she's banned, because the sort of standard progression we've seen is Billy bans, spirit bans, Oni bans. And so I'm going to be very curious to see. I don't think they're going to throw out a curveball early, but I think if we get to game 4, game 5, I'm definitely expecting some maybe oddball picks, something to sort of throw your opponents off their rhythm, right?
Yeah, and we are seeing now that kind of what we talked about, the consistency there is going to be Spirit from RSK. And we do see our prior Spirit player actually flexing to the Survivor side playing Kate, so it'd be interesting to see the dynamic, how well they play Survivor as well, and how that influences their killer. So
yeah, it is really interesting too. This is something I experience a lot in my public games, is when you're going up against a killer who's playing a character that you play, a character that you really know inside and out, you often do have those moments where you can really have that recognition of which of us is better at that character, which of us has a better understanding of how they play, what their game plan is, recognizing the micro decisions that you make to really play that character at a high level.
Yeah, there's a lot of times where I play against a Pyramid Head and I'm like, that's not the play, buddy. You missed it, And just being able to be in that player's head so much more.
Especially a character who requires such good reading of your opponent the way Spirit does.
Ooh, this is unfortunate. Our ace immediately seeing a totem pretty early here, but not quite getting on it. Just kind of checking that in the back of his mind, understanding, okay, that's here. We need to remember that. And let's see what happens here. Sprint burst coming out. First chase happening. It looks like a call out.
Ooh, getting hit through the sprint burst. But yeah, you see the other survivors getting a little bit more aggressively on gens. And maybe a slight miscommunication between these survivors as the ace takes this chase to both the Hex Totem as well as 2 of his teammates on gens.
This is kind of the sloppiness we talked about with regards to endgame Survivor gameplay. Is it's not the cleanest, right? The ace maybe needing to go to a different direction, a different area, and pull away from these survivors. Ruin is now going to hit that gen really hard.
Yeah, and we now see 3 survivors, because we saw 3 survivors off of gens here. Ooh, somebody sneaking around that rock very effectively. I wonder if our Spirit's going to take another pass just to take another look at that.
Oh, he has to. Wow. I would assume that right now Hex Ruin would signify, okay, not seeing the regression would be really okay, I don't see that gen regressing. I don't see smoke pluming off of it. There's somebody on it, but the Spirit doesn't quite see that because of the tree in the way potentially or something of that nature.
Wow. A missed swing coming out. Maybe thinking the Fung was on a different side of that gen than she actually was. But, okay. Our Spirit's going to come back and try and interrupt this gen, I think. Yeah. It does seem that way. Our survivors recognizing what's happening, going to just take the unhook.
Really good hit there from the Spirit. Really good job in just being able to play both sides. Again, giving Hex Ruin a little bit of time to breathe. And we do see actually...
The Urban Evasion from Claudette again.
Wow. Almost works. Is this a double pallet setup? It's not just a single, and that's not a down.
Wow. See, that extra movement speed from Urban Evasion giving her just that little bit of extra distance she needed.
Is she going to swing through? Oh, little mechanical error there, as like swinging is the same as
well,
panning
also
your camera.
potentially that was a mind game too. To the swing, the Claudette sees that movement of the red light. She thinks that the spirit is going to swing through the pallet, but she doesn't, which baits the early pallet drop.
Yeah, baits the pallet drop, or Spirit could have easily been assuming that she would fake the pallet as well entirely. So not a bad spot to be in there. You know, 1 gen done, 1 hook. This is not awful, but the Spirit does need to pick it up. We have all totems, I believe, left on the field. We've seen this Spirit adopting the Devour Hope play, which does defy what they've done previously, but might be a little bit too predictable.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a little bit of back and forth at this tile. The Nia leaves an impatient swing, and the survivors have seen a lot of totems. We know for a fact the survivors have seen at least 2 totems on the map at this point, and that is the 2nd gen getting done.
Yeah, we see RSK's Spirit just being a little sloppy, a little hasty, right? Either overplaying mind games or getting red and just going right for the jugular and swinging at pallets again, almost.
Yeah.
This is a tough spot.
Yeah, I guess recognizing that, oh, wait, maybe a little bit of a fake there to make the Nia think she's going the other way, but actually is going to phase after her and catch her in a dead zone, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. You have to assume a 3rd gen is well on its way. 1 at 60% right now. This is Comp Corner. This is classic Comp Corner. You see the point, knowing exactly what they're doing, pulling Spirit all the way away from all those gens.
Yeah, and keep in mind, look, you can see the locations of the Nia's teammates who are on those gens all the way across the map, and that's the reason for the decision to go die in the corner. Recognizing that she's not going to make it to any pallets to have a real chance to keep herself alive, she instead elects to just waste as much time as she reasonably can.
Yeah, this is not a bad necessarily spot to be in, but we do see this ace taking chase uncomfortably close to the unhook. He does need to take this away the opposite direction to the right there.
Yeah.
And Spirit now being able to sort of be in chase, but also sort of camp that hook a little bit for a second.
Yeah, that a little bit of an impatient swing from the Spirit. The ace running into the wall a little bit maybe disguised that sprint burst, made it so the Spirit was not aware. But that unhook coming out is going to give her the 2nd token of Devour Hope.
Now let's kind of see what the Spirit chooses to do here. Haunted Grounds is not up, so they are chasing the injured survivor, hoping to get it down, maybe a slug here, but they do have to be very aware of Unbreakable, Decisive Strike, etc. That's a good hit. There have been a lot of whiffs from this Spirit, so it's very important that they start connecting these hits.
They're going to just eat the DS here. Fair
Ooh,
enough.
Good job. All right. Good job.
Okay,
Nia.
well, the Nia is going to make it to the crane, which is a solid structure. Maybe not quite to the level of strength of a jungle gym, but still a strong structure in its own right.
We're seeing that good old visual bug.
Oh,
Good down there. And that's going to be pick. That's going to be a stage 2, but with 1 gen at 59%, 1 at 37, 1 at 56. I mean, the Spirit needs to interrupt one of these gens right now, and it needs to regress a hefty amount. Really, they would need to interrupt 2 gens, and that's just really not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the survivors are just doing such a fantastic job at powering through this ruin. And look where the Nia took that chase versus where the gens are, right? You see all of the remaining gens are across the map from where that chase was taken. And I wonder if our Spirit is actually going to be able to interrupt this gen or not that the ace is working on. Okay, not the ace, but the Fung. So the ace's gen is going to get finished, and the Fung's gen is going to be very, very well progressed. Both gens above half, and just regressing percent by percent.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see here. We've seen sort of an uncomfortability from this Spirit hovering around the outside of a gen, not connecting the hits, though, twice on that. Really what you would consider to be an easy set of hits. Just maybe RSK in their head a little bit in this match.
Yeah, and also very important to keep in mind from the perspective of the Spirit player, each side of the gen does actually make a slightly different noise. That sort of side sections where the survivor reaches their arm in to pull those levers makes a different noise. It's more of like a clunking, sort of grinding noise. Whereas those end sections where the survivors are sort of tapping those electrical wires together very much make that sort of electrical tss, 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 which is something the Spirit can recognize to sort of get a handle on where on the gen the survivor will be without ever seeing them.
Really good job on the down there from the Spirit. This is going to be a potential 2K. If they don't wander too far, they're kind of making an assumption right here that there's no survivors nearby, which is generally informed. The doors are far enough away, but this is the first hook for the survivor, which means they're going to be on that for quite a while. We do look like we're trying to interrupt the potential door here.
Yeah,
And I think that might be an interesting call to leave or bail off of it and go all the way back while your power's at cooldown. I don't know that I necessarily agree with the choice.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like maybe a bit of indecision. Like maybe seeing the initial distance, recognizing the Ace's sprint burst there, seeing it's going to take me far too long to catch up to him. Instead, I'm going to go back and interrupt this gate, prevent it from being opened. But I don't know if, yeah, she was able to prevent that gate from being opened, though the gate across the map did get popped. And this is going to be a second kill, those other two survivors both escaping.
Yeah, this is really interesting. This is a tough one for RSK. We saw that their survivor gameplay was just a little bit off-kilter. We saw their killer gameplay very not normative for the performance we've seen from them before. Maybe they're rattled a little bit, but they have a lot to kind of live up to going into the next future maps here.
Yeah, I have to say, though, we did see some relatively small mistakes from endgame survivor play right at the start of the match. That Ace sort of running towards both the totem and his two teammates working on a gen. They really cleaned it up through sort of the middle and into the end of that game with some really, really good coordination, really good positioning on where the chase was being taken.
Yeah.
And all around, it seemed like they really were working much better together as a team through the latter half of that game.
Yeah, definitely some blunders at the beginning, that Ace going down so fast, so early, and then those two survivors being called out right there, but the Spirit was not able to really take and convert that into anything meaningful, and that's kind of what we've seen before, is if you just let your foot off the gas, right, she didn't go back to that gen to check it effectively, or maybe didn't catch that there were two survivors on the gen, so saw one split off and just assumed they both did, but either way that resulted in just such an early sort of fumble, and the survivors able to really get through those gens very quickly. A lot of whiffed swings, a lot of misses, a lot of missed mind games. The Nia playing that filler palette for several rotations and getting out.
And honestly, it was the same mind game every time. It was just the killer was going around that sort of into the map side, and then the Nia would vault the palette, the Spirit would come out of phase and swing at nothing. Yeah,
so really good job from the survivors at really honing in on the Spirit gameplay. We are going to take just a quick break as we get the next set up here, going into the next map, looking at the next killer bands. It's going to get really intense from here on out. We'll see you here in just a second. And welcome back as we enter sort of step 2, match 2, stage 2 of the grand finals of this Dead by Daylight mobile tournament. It's been wild so far. Endgame versus RSK. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, we saw a really, really strong performance from Endgame on that map. I mean, honestly, on both sides, their Survivor and their Killer both looked absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
You know, we saw some small mistakes from Endgame in the early game on Survivor, but just they really tightened it up. They pulled it together, and they showed us just an absolutely fantastic match. Honestly, with the way that they were looking in that first match, I'm thinking Endgame takes it home here.
Yeah, I think RSK has a really difficult time. To some degree, it seems like the caliber of Endgame's Killer is putting RSK's Survivor really on their back foot far too easily, far too early, and far too often. Unless RSK makes some really core fundamental changes to both their communication and their understanding of where they need to be, I mean, I don't think they've been this pressed at all in the tournament. 4AM, tough contenders, but
yeah.
Endgame, just a different caliber right now.
I mean, and honestly, I think the biggest thing that stood out to me about Endgame's Killer, especially the Spirit specifically, I mean, that's the only match we've seen of them so far today, but the thing that really, really stuck out to me more than anything else about Endgame's Spirit was the macro timing, was the recognition of where on the map the survivors needed to be. And it's almost a sense of something you see a lot in other games is when you see someone who's very, very good at the game play, there is no wasted movement, right? And it makes a game that is going at a breakneck pace look like a leisurely dance.
Yeah.
And that was what I saw from Endgame's Spirit, was every single map rotation, every single palette that they checked, they always were in the place they needed to be when they needed to be there. And that was the difference maker, really, because not having any wasted time, not giving the survivors a single second free to do those gens, it was really one of the biggest contributors to putting RSK on the back foot in that first match.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, looking into it, we are going into Father Campbell's Chapel, which is a relatively balanced map. Just, I would say, a cut above Coal Tower in terms of its capability to swing either side. The last time we saw this was a Wraith trying to desperately hold that 3-gen in the corner.
Yeah, that was a long game.
I think this is going to be a very different scenario. We do not know the killer bans yet, but we do know that almost any killer can function well on this map. Actually, we're getting confirmation now. Spirit is banned, and that's how we've seen it go for the past at least 4 different series.
Yeah, the typical progression has kind of been that Billy ban coming out for the first game, Spirit ban coming out for the second game, Oni ban coming out for the third game, if that happens. And the thing is, so far this tournament, we haven't had a Game 4 or Game 5. This is our first best of 5. So I really wonder, what kind of bans do you think we'll see there?
I mean, realistically, I think Oni is the big threat. We see a lot of players tending away from the Nurse. 4AM is the only sort of set that we've seen them consistently go back to the Nurse, and it has not been a strong pick for them.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out.
Exactly. Now, Endgame being so good with Spirit, I'm hard-pressed to believe that they don't have a Nurse in the wings if they need it, but I don't know if that's going to be their de facto pick in this particular scenario, because, again, you are going to go for consistency, and I think that Oni has a little bit more consistency in their pocket, especially with the potential for map RNG on Father Campbell's Chapel. There is the chance that there are some more dead zones or just one bad palette or something of that nature.
But you do sort of, on the other hand, especially in that corner by the Killer Shack, you sometimes get those really, really strong setups where you have a jungle gym into the Killer Shack with a filler palette on either side.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, that also usually coincides with one of the tighter 3-gens on the map. You usually end up with a 3-gen on the if you end up with a 3-gen on the map, it's usually either right in that corner with the Killer Shack, or it's over all the way on the other side of the map in the circus.
Yeah, so I think there's, map seeding, that RNG is definitely going to need to swing a very particular way, because, I mean, in my hard opinion, looking back and kind of mentally comparing the last 2 matches we just saw, the Spirit from Endgame is just a little bit more capable at getting those mind games, or, I mean, inversely, the survivors may not be as quite knowledgeable, right? It seems several times we saw the Fung from RSK RSK vaulting into the Spirit while the Spirit waited. And on the other side of that coin, we see the Spirit not quite as capable on RSK as we saw the Nia just looping that same pallet, not being scared of it or looping it very last minute. And so I think we really have a good survivor differential and a good killer differential. And if we're going to see an Oni, I think that will build us a better case for, okay, who's really just the stronger team overall in how they're showing their capabilities, their coordination, their intelligence at how to handle certain perks and abilities.
Oh, interesting. So it turns out we're not seeing the Oni as we predicted. We're instead seeing the Hag coming out from RSK.
Yeah.
And also, just a quick reminder as we're loading into this match, there has been a slight change in the format between the best of 3s and the best of 5s. So whereas the best of 3s were sort of a sum total of points gained by kills and escapes over the course of 2 halves where each side plays both killer and survivor, and then over the course of multiple games, that was summed up into the series score. For our best of 5, our score is going to be map-based. So right now, Endgame is up 1-0 over RSK after a decisive victory on Wrecker's Yard. We are now going to be loading in to our match on Father Campbell's Chapel with RSK's pick of the Hag. Let's see how we do.
Yeah, we haven't seen many decisive Hag victories. In fact, 3 Hag picks out of the entire tournament. 2 of them have gone, I would dare to say, atrociously for the killer team. Hag against an organized team is incredibly easy to sort of dispel. Now we see
sprint burst.
Yeah, we see the sprint burst. We see the Hag sort of backing off. They're not really trying to pursue you. Again, Hag is a slower killer than most in terms of their movement speed. That's not a killer that you want to take to chase. You really want to set up this web of traps so that you can spring from one to the next.
Yeah, and we are also seeing that slower, more tactical, more territorial game plan reflected in the perk choices as well. Because we see Corrupt Intervention, Sloppy Butcher, Call of Brine, and Pop Goes the Weasel. So a much more territorial build coming out from our Hag.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is they're not leaving much to chance, right? When you're a killer that does not chase well, you do not want to bring a perk like Hex Ruin. You can't really run people off of gens, right? So you really hope that you can get the down, and that you can get a snowball. Great first hit there against the Ace.
And a teleport onto the Fung, but she does have that exhaustion recovered, so her sprint burst is available. Great plays so far from the survivors to sort of split the Hag's attention and prevent her from having one continuous chase to down any given survivor.
Yeah, the big thing here is we're going to see a lot of survivors, once they get tagged by the killer, we're going to see other survivors running in, trying to get rid of those traps, trying to pull the Hag, and the Hag's going to have to be very, very reserved with teleporting, needing to visually confirm exactly what traps are being popped, or they're going to get pulled like what we saw from the Fung there.
Yeah, and it is very, very important. Ooh, a good hit. The Fung may be forgetting the location of that trap and running within its detection radius.
Yeah, we did see her crawling, so it's by chance maybe she thought she was going to sort of circumnavigate it and then, you know, kind of just got caught anyway. The Claudette doing a really good job at pre-running there. This is kind of giving me some whiplash back to our sort of Wraith game with just Brine in play. Obviously, it's a bit different with Hag, but these survivors are playing very carefully.
Yeah, I mean, against a Hag, you really do have to play that sort of slow war of attrition because she's defending what I believe to be 4 gens that are sort of down in that shack corner. But the thing is, in doing so, she effectively lets the survivors have the rest of the map entirely for free. But as a survivor, you can go do those gens for free, but the thing is, then your teammates are going to be trying to disarm her web 1v3.
Yeah, so it definitely is going to be a group effort. Call of Brine's going to come into play here, doing some hard work, give the Hag just a moment to be able to do some traps as these survivors are kind of healing each other. We do see a quick teleport and then a fast, maybe attempt at resetting, but then going, oh, wait, hold on, wait a second.
Yeah, you did see, like, there was, like, when she teleported, she wasn't visibly facing a survivor, which, as a Hag, when you teleport, you will generally be facing directly at the survivor who triggered your trap. Maybe a little bit of a lack of caution there from Fung running into a trap that she was not aware of.
Yeah, really interesting because the Hag was right on top of her.
You know what? I wonder if Rusty Shackles is in play here.
So that's what I'm thinking right now. It looks like the survivors aren't exactly sure when they're popping traps. Typically, you would see the Hag, sort of a duplication, a phantasm of the Hag, pop up out of one of these traps. But with specific add-ons, that changes quite a bit. Rusty Shackles making it so that it is a silent trigger. You're not exactly sure when it's happening, which can make the Hag more deadly. But if survivors begin to get more
look
cautious,
at that. She's approaching from the outside, a direction that our survivors probably don't expect.
We would have expected that the Hag would have known about the sprint burst by now, but that's okay. She doesn't lose too much out of it. She does need to try to get a hook within this 3 to 4 gen area, but it's just dicey to leave those gens for too long.
Yeah, and for now she's just slowly chewing through those med kit charges, stalling out her 4 gen, and the survivors have sort of recognized this, and they're realizing, okay, you know, she's very, very committed to defending this area. She has absolutely no intention of leaving. So let's just go do those other gens, get those out of the way for free while we can, and then we'll focus in on that 4 gen she's trying to defend.
We are seeing a pretty big differential here. We've seen RSK several times swinging, knowing that there's a potential sprint burst on this Fung. This has been the 4th interaction with the Fung, and still just absolutely swinging on teleportation. It's been a bit tough to see that this Hag's going to be able to pull anything off. They're not out of the woods yet, but the sort of proficiency you would expect at this level, I do not see it here right now, and I think that these survivors have proved that they are patient enough to outlast this.
Yeah, and a hit on the Fung, who's sort of crouching in that corner. She does set off that trap again, and this may be... Oh, interesting. I don't know. I think it may have been worth the Hag's time to commit to the Fung there, because all she had to play was a TL wall, so no pallet to be had, and that is inevitably a down. But I don't know, maybe she didn't want to invest that time.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it might just be sort of the fear of losing too much, not knowing how many gens are how far, and really just trying to play the long game and be patient. You know, internally, that is a tough battle of like, okay, do I take this chase or do I play it patient through and through? What's the right choice? You don't know until it's too late. Ooh, the Nia.
Oh, the sprint burst. Oh, not a sprint burst. That was a hit. It looked a little funky. I thought she maybe sprint bursted past the Hag, but that wasn't quite the case.
No, yeah. And we do see one of the 4 gens was almost completed earlier. We did see the Fung sort of explode the skill check on that, I think.
Also keep in mind the Call of Brian pings as well. Visually not really distinct from a failed skill check, but at this level you can generally expect that the survivors are not going to be just failing basic skill checks.
No. I think what I saw, I thought the gen lit up. You know, big bright lights, but no, failed skill check, and as the Hag approached, I think. But you know, she is holding this well. But we're going back to that conversation we had with the Wraith, where okay, yes, you are hitting a lot, but when you commit, how much damage do those survivors do in the interim? Because right now, again, they're whittling resources down at the outside edge. They will have to approach on the inside. 3 gens are not sustainable when there are 4 survivors up. It's just not doable unless they make colossal misplays.
Yeah, and these survivors have been playing very well disciplined here. Oh, interesting. So we see the Hag leaving her 4 gen to go kick a gen over here, but that will definitely have been communicated by the survivor team. As you see, I believe that's the Fung working on the gen in Shack while the killer is busy.
Yeah, that gen in the Shack getting 89, 90%, I believe.
Oh, but look at that. The distraction of her attention by the Claudette, right? Recognizing that the Hag was getting a little bit too close to her teammate who's working on that gen, and so just trying to pull her away just that little bit.
Really good job here. Hag understanding that maybe they should go back around, but not beelining for the Shack. The Shack should be at about 60, yeah, about 60% right now.
If that doesn't get checked, that could be a disaster. If the survivors do a good job of diverting her attention away from that Shack, this could be huge.
Yeah, this is definitely a risky play.
75%.
Yeah, against Endgame right now, who is tried and true. 80%. The Hag needs to get back there as soon as possible to check that gen, but right now they're operating under the assumption that just nothing's happening back there.
Yeah, oh, that's the indication that the gen is being worked on, 94, 95. I wonder if we'll see our Fung stick this. No, it's not quite close enough.
Oh, no, they are sticking
it. Is close
they
enough.
tried,
she
but she goes down. That is going to be a really important...
Ooh.
Now, if they hook and go for the pop and brine play, that is a bit of a risk if somebody swoops in right now and gets the last 2%.
Yeah.
And there goes gens completed. Yeah, that was a dicey play.
Also, the Hag being pulled away from the hook by the triggering of a trap before she had time to place a trap at the hook allows the survivors to really break that pressure open. And with some good body blocks, they could get very far away here.
Yeah, the big thing to note here is that there is no progress on any other gens, but there is no good territory for this hag to sort of defend. We see that there's 2 gens on this side, but there is another gen on the opposite side of the map. She cannot spread herself that thin, and that's going to result in a really tough time.
Oh, the survivors are going to reset here, and she has her 3 gens still, but the most difficult gen to work on, that gen deep in that corner inside the killer shack, that's done. So the easiest gen for her to defend is gone. And what's left, I don't think it's sustainable.
Yeah, I think if enough survivors, 2 on one gen, 1 on another, you can't be everywhere
Actually,
at once.
no, her 3 gen has been broken entirely. The last gen is across the map.
Oh, we do have a visual bug. We do, yeah.
Or is that?
It shows that the one I thought was completed earlier by the shack that the Fung did. I thought maybe because we could see the aura it wasn't complete, but it looks like it might be, as there is one across the map that is potentially available. We'll have to see a little
regressing. No, that's got to be a visual bug too. I'm not entirely
that's
sure
also
what
a
it is
visual
we're
bug,
witnessing here.
Yeah.
No, her 3 gen is still intact. I think that you know what? They were mass resetting next to the gen, so it looked like they were working on it. But that gen has been completed.
Yeah, interesting. We're taking a look here, and we do see at least one hit coming out.
Ooh, and then followed by another. This is tough. She gets that. She gets another hook. But keep in mind, this is 2 hooks with only 1 gen left to go.
Yeah, and this is not a second stage hook. This is not somebody who's even going to die right now. And we do see the survivors running through the hag traps right now while she cannot get to them, really alleviating any potential pressure she could have in future chases. I just do not think that she is in a sustainable position right now to make anything happen here.
Yeah, and I think that was like 3 or 4 traps triggered for that 1 hook, which is just simply not good enough. Oh, though the hag did teleport to the hook, and the Fung maybe not aware of that in time as she's running back into this 3-gen corner and going down. But the hook, the trap under the hook has been taken away, so now the survivor can be unhooked pretty safely.
Of course, Hag trying to just reset, trying to keep some traps up, which is good practice to have, right? Going to go for the slug on the Fung and try to interrupt some gen progress, but again, just can't be everywhere. This is going to be a really tough time. And without any, this is one of the first games we've seen without Noed in a long time as well, without any of that sort of late game, anything to sort of sit back on. They're grasping at these generators to see if they can keep them under control.
Yeah, the Fung does use her Unbreakable while the Hag's attention was diverted by the Ace at that gen sort of across the corner. And it seems like we're going to have, it seems like Fung is going to be able to reset. All 3 other survivors are healthy. And I don't know, the Hag's attention is just being split a little too thin.
Yeah, these survivors are going to have to get just a little bit greedy or slip up or run just the wrong direction a few more times for this to really work out for the Hag. 2 survivors not having been hooked at all, and then the other 2 survivors not on death hook. Really, it's plausible that you can make trades at minimum for any of these survivors, and it's a tough spot to be in as the killer. You can only commit to 1 chase at a time. 4 survivors up. She's got her work cut out for her. It's going to be difficult to figure out what happens next. If she leaves this area to pursue, there is the great risk in the back of her mind that somebody's going to hop on one of these gens.
Yeah, I mean, Fung already demonstrated that they're perfectly willing to send somebody deep into that 3-gen and just keep the Hag distracted by the tactically timed triggering of those traps.
Yeah,
exactly. That's not a sentence you want to say 5 times fast.
No, I don't think I want to say it 1 time fast. Looking into this now, we do have the Fung that is going to be creeping up on that gen out by Shack, but this Hag right now is just trying to keep traps down, not even able to really spring up and get hits.
But just look at this, the constant, she's just playing maintenance, right? She's just trying to keep her web active, but not even an opportunity to really get a hit until the Nia accidentally triggering a trap. But look at that, for every trap she places, 2 get triggered.
Really good hit there on the Fung. Nia and Fung are both injured. Sloppy Butcher, of course, being a perk that slows down their capability to heal out. Their med kits at this point probably dwindling if they have any charges left. This is a tough call to make for the Hag. Swing and a miss there.
Yeah, I know I'm seeing a toolbox on Claudette, which makes me think that the survivors just as a whole are probably out of med kits at this point. We've been doing enough hit and run that they're probably gone.
Now, if we see another mistake made, the Hag, like what we saw earlier, just leaving Shack alone for too long, they assume, okay, there we go, because we're seeing that this trap hasn't been triggered, maybe they assume.
But see, preventing her from kicking the gen by triggering a trap, which delays that Call of Brine just a little bit more and allows her teammates to get, 5, 7, 8, that percentage ticking up on the gen, which I believe is the one sort of out front of the main building there.
There's going to be another good hit there on the sort of Claudette, but it's going to be a tough call. Again, not committing to anything. I think this is kind of what we see a lot in public matches. Obviously, in public matches, you won't go against survivors of this caliber, really almost ever, but you do see a lot of killers playing sort of gen defender instead of playing killer, and that is a tough position to be in because you are really relying on a slip-up instead of really forcing them into a position to take a win.
Yeah, because often when you're playing this style of killer, your win condition is really a survivor not recognizing the 3-gen and running deeper in rather than running away. And when the survivors are communicating and understanding the Hag's game plan the way that these survivors are, that's just simply not going to happen.
We do see something really beneficial for the Survivor team come out. We do see the Fung finding a flashlight in the toolbox. For those of you unaware, you see the little triangle Hag traps. A flashlight can actually dispel those traps. If you just shine the flashlight, it gets rid of the trap without triggering it, without the chance for the Hag to even pop up and contest. And that is going to be really beneficial here for the Fung if they can use this effectively.
Yeah, I mean, though the flashlight's battery is limited, even just at the right time, if you're able to deactivate the right trap at the right time,
you see it right there,
and distract her attention, yeah, the Hag does get a notification that that trap has been destroyed, but that's it. You're not able to teleport. All you know it's broken, but you can't do anything about it.
And this is a really good job coming back out here. If the Hag has taken a good stock of the gens they have remaining, they might be able to commit to this for a short duration, but if 3 survivors get on a single gen, you're looking at a gen that's going to go in about 35 to 40 seconds, and that's just way too fast to even really feel comfortable taking chase.
Yeah, also, the Fung recognizing that the Hag has been trapping the middle of that pallet gym tile and instead pathing around it, just to avoid the possibility of a trap in there. Don't want to give her that sort of back-to-back double hit, right? Because that's really her win condition here, is someone slips up twice back-to-back. Because just one hit is not enough. One hit means they run away from your 3-gen, they meet up with a teammate, they reset, they get healed, they come back. They need to mess up twice. They need to get either hit with a basic attack in like a chase, which they're not going to do because these survivors are communicating your position, and you're not going to catch a survivor by surprise unless you pop up out of a trap.
Yeah, this is really interesting to see. The gens don't have any progress on them, but the killer doesn't have much in way of sort of pressure for themselves here. Their traps are just dwindling. We will have to see like 1 cheeky survivor going for 1 gen, 2 survivors on another, 1 on another. This sort of squad attack, but with the Hag popping up to hit them and causing them to have to go heal, it's just a war of attrition. And I wonder if we'll have to have a timer cutoff at some point because this could go on, it seems like, indefinitely.
Yeah, it seems like the tools available to our Hag have been doing a really good job at keeping these gens at 0% and not letting the survivors make meaningful progress. And so I expect that unless we see a situation like we saw earlier where she ignored a gen for a little too long, or like we saw in our Wraith game the other day where the Wraith just committed a little bit too hard to a particular chase, I really don't see a world in which this game ends.
Fung might go down here if she triggers a second trap. And
yeah,
I think
it's possible. Oh,
ran,
there it is.
There we go. That is a good down. We see no gen progress right now, so that is going to be sort of a free down. Can they pull that all the way to Shaq, or are they going to hook on the outside here?
No, I think they just take the close hook because at every second that you're not actively in front of a gen, a survivor's going to be working on it. And it seems like the survivors are primarily splitting their pressure between these 2 gens, sort of this one out front and then that one sort of over where the Fung was earlier. Mm-hmm. It seems like those are sort of the primary places they're putting their attention because that gen at the hill is just so unsafe. Like the presence of the hill there means that there really aren't any resources for the survivors to work with, and they really need to just run away early, take the hit, and leave the 3-gen.
Now let's see kind of what happens here. We have 2 survivors injured, Ace being the healthy one on the generator. Only 25% or so, not even 16% on that gen. It's going to be another kick. The unhook comes out, and they are both crouching. Crouching does avoid popping the Hag traps. You can crouch through the perimeter, but man, this is tough.
Yeah, and that is also going to be Pop Goes the Weasel used, instantly resetting that gen's progress from that hard-earned 15 to 0.
I don't know. If I were that Hag, knowing those 2 survivors just ran away, knowing there's 2 people in that corner, I maybe would have committed to that, knowing that Pop brought that gen all the way to 0. That's a tough call to make, obviously. In the back of your mind, it could be eating at you. That survivors could be anywhere. But at some point, like we said, you do have to try to make something happen. This Hag could come out on top. Fung is on Death Hook finally. 3 hooks for the seemingly 45 minutes we've been here. But there's a chance.
Yeah, I mean, this is... we've mentioned this before. This is one of those very, very slow, long games, right? This is a game where it's less about making the hero play and more about just never making a mistake. And the thing is that it seems like our Hag is not willing to overcommit to chases. Our survivors are not really willing to overcommit to gens, though Fung has once or twice positioned herself maybe a little too deep within the Hag's web and hasn't been able to get out. As long as there are 4 survivors alive, it's going to be pretty difficult for our killer to actually kill anyone, but also with that Call of Brine Sloppy Butcher combo, just sort of providing that continuous passive slowdown, and the survivors playing really disciplined, staying outside of this 3-gen, or at least not venturing too deeply into it, it seems like it's going to be pretty difficult for really anybody to accomplish anything.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely in that sort of tug of war, right? The survivors, I mean, the Hag has to be distracted for long enough to think that something's not happening on a gen, right? So right
she
now...
She gets that indicator, she knows.
Yeah, she's trapping this outside, maybe going to push the survivor into one of the traps, maybe pressure from a side not expected here. But being sort of, I can't tell if that was perfect coordination or what, but just being pulled off to this trap the minute she was willing to engage.
Yeah, and we do see that gen progress ticking up, like 23, 24, 25. But the thing is that this Nia really just kind of has to make a break for it now. And
this
then
could be a teleportation here.
Yeah, we actually know. Oh, but balanced landing coming out.
Yeah,
interesting.
Seeing the balance and saying, I'm just going to reset real fast. Not even going for the swing until it's confirmed. Really,
that is 2 gens above 20% for the first time in a while.
Yeah, we are seeing just the blitz attack of right now, I think for the Fung to stay injured would be definitely a really rough call. We see the double heal on our side coming out on Fung, but I think the other survivors might be willing to risk it if they have those exhaustion perks in pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, the win condition here for our survivors is just to not get hit, right? Because that Sloppy Butcher makes every heal go from 16 to 20 seconds because the Mangled status adding a 25% healing speed debuff. So every time you take a hit is effectively about 25% of a lost gen, right? It's almost like an opportunity cost. And so I think in the long term, those will add up, but I'm a little concerned seeing Nia run all the way deep into this corner. Maybe she's going to try and play this loop against the 4.4, our 4.4 beef jerky looking friend here. But no, she's going to make a bit of a break for it. But the thing is, she's kind of just zoned deep into this corner. Oh, but we see the attention
too
pulled.
Scared. Yeah.
Yeah, but recognizing, though, that gen progress climbing like 37, 38, 40%, and recognizing that you maybe don't have time to down this Nia before the survivors are able to do all the gens. And I wonder if our Fung is going to be able to get away with hiding in this corner because the Hag already found the ace hiding in a corner, right? So you find one person there, you're like, well, there wouldn't be 2, would there?
We do see the Claudette doing some spins at the top of the hill, and that's a really,
Balanced
in my
landing
mind,
coming out again.
That's a good idea to be like, hey, come get me, giving kind of what you mentioned, the Fung, the capability of just creeping out from that corner, getting on the gen, and maybe finishing it covertly while the Hag is maybe trying to think that they have a 1-up right now.
Yeah, though I think she does want to get back there so she can go kick that gen, get Call of Brine activated.
Another good hit, 4 survivors injured.
Yeah, and so they're going to need to mass reset here. There's no way you're going to be getting these gens done while injured because Hag is one of the best killers in the game at getting that first hit, right? If you go down in 1 hit, if you go into those gens while you're injured, you are playing a very, very dangerous game. But the thing is, the cost of this mass reset to get all 4 survivors healthy again is going to be a bit of a reestablishment of her web and her control of those gens.
Yeah, I think the Hag knowing now, like, okay, they're all injured, they all need to heal, it allows her to reset, but in my opinion, also might allow her to go out there and do a little hunting and maybe commit to something, but it seems like she is going to hang back, just not even play any risks at all. I think maybe I would have perused out there just to see if I could find where they were in a few seconds, if I can't come back. But really, again, very slow strategic movements from the ace here, who's not been hooked at all.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's kind of your goal, right? Is you want to sort of keep the Hag's aggro on those survivors who have all 3 hook states remaining. Because if you let, for example, the Fung, right? If our Fung gets caught out of position, especially while injured, if the Hag is able to get that first hit, if she can get into a 3v1, it's well and truly over. Like, things have kind of slowed to a crawl here, but there is still a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, for our survivors. But
really good job there on that hill trap.
Yeah, just recognizing that that's the path the survivors have been taking, placing that trap a little bit out of the way so that they'll run into it rather than having the obvious trap next to the gen.
Yeah, right now we're starting to see these traps layered as red herrings for one another, right? One obvious trap out in the middle of nowhere, one more covert, sort of subtle trap to push them away into, right? Not a bad idea. It's definitely, like I said, it's ooh, this is a really good trap here. Fung not sure that she triggered it and not looking behind her. It's just another survivor injured, but
again, just playing that spacing, getting out of the 3-gen, joining her team at the mass reset. And everybody's going to be back to healthy in just a couple of seconds.
And that gen that was at 40 now dwindling down 6%. Call of Brine, if you didn't know, for 60 seconds after kicking a gen, that gen regresses at 200%. And so that makes it a very, very, very important thing. Go interrupt that gen regression if you can. But when everybody's injured, you can't really get back there. You can't risk it, right? Especially when you do not know when these traps are popping. As we saw with the Fung there getting caught off guard. Even the sort of Nia here getting caught off guard and looping back around to an easy-to-get area, going down really fast here.
Yeah, an attempted body block coming in from Claudette, but just not quite getting there in time. And I wonder if our Hag is going to... No, she's going to take this same hook. That's fair. I was wondering if maybe she was going to be taking that Nia deeper into her 3-gen, but maybe a little bit concerned about body blocks. And wow, look at that, letting the Claudette unhook right in front of her face and instead deciding, nope, I've got gens to kick.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, why we see some of the, really good swing there, but unfortunately Ace catching it off guard.
And
Ace
also taking that
both.
path off the hill, minimizing the stagger time by sort of going down that ramp side of the hill rather than dropping a little bit further.
Yeah, we saw, I mean, that was expert level movement from the Ace, being able to dodge both traps and not take a hit for either of them. That was really good job there, understanding what could happen. Good spins, good footwork. And the Hag is now going to have to bring this gen back down from 40. The other gen
and
at
that's
33.
Pop Goes the Weasel, too. That's 40 down to 12.
We see the other gen in the far corner there being worked on, almost 50%. And this is really good pressure from the survivors. But the big question here, we have an injured Nia. How close are they?
Yeah, it's also important to keep in mind, too, that with that Call of Brine having no activation condition, every single gen kick applies that 60 seconds of 200% regression. And on top of that, Call of Brine also has sort of a secondary information effect, where any survivor that hits a good skill check will ping that gen to alert the killer that they need to return. Though it is important to keep in mind, if you hit your great skill checks, you will not trigger that ping from Call of Brine, and so the killer will not be alerted that you're working on that gen.
Now we do have all the gens back to 0 except the one. That one is at 38 and holding strong. No survivors contesting right now. Will regress pretty heavily over the next 60 seconds as the survivors, again, come back up. If this match continues down this sort of path that we've seen, it's reasonable to assume that the Hag can make this happen. They have been able to get the Nia to blunder a few times, and so we're looking for that opportunity one more time. One more survivor slip up from the Fung, and that could really put this team in a very bad position.
Yeah, I mean, this match is almost just this match is almost a test of like mental fortitude for the survivors, right? Like, this is a long, slow, grinding match where, again, I had mentioned this before, it's not necessarily about making that big play to save the game. It's about never making a mistake, because if you give her just a single hook in the wrong place, a single down at the wrong time, this game could crumble into a disaster almost instantly.
We are seeing all the gens having progress. 2 having 50%. This is not a bad position for the survivors to be in. It just takes one chase too long to really start putting points on the board, if you will. So really interested to see kind of what comes of this, if they can make it happen. 62, 63% on the other gen. And we do see the Claudette actually hustling to that gen to try to double up and get it done.
Yeah, but at the same time, that gen with the 60% progress is now regressing.
Yep.
The gen with 40% progress is now regressing. That gen with 15% progress, our Claudette is...
Ooh, this is dicey.
Yeah, she's going to go down here. It's just a question of, is our hag going to reuse that same hook? And if so, has this bought enough time for our survivors to disarm a couple of those traps, like you see, and make some meaningful progress? Well, couldn't disarm the traps quite early enough. She was still able to teleport and go interrupt that gen.
That's the big thing, right? If you're playing these survivors, you really need to go, okay, wow, Fung trying to get inventive.
That was a little bold. I don't know about that one.
But you do know that these survivors, right, the Claudette being sort of zoned there, maybe it would have been better for the Claudette to go comp corner, right, call that out and force the team to sort of, have a little bit more space so that the hag can't instantly teleport back to the other side of the map.
Yeah, because her teleport does have a limited range, 40 meters at base kit, though that can be enhanced by add-ons, which I expect she has. I'm expecting the green cicada wings, and whatever the green trap
set
speed.
Yeah.
I don't play hag. I don't know all the add-ons. I just know the ones that I use when I'm every once in a while forced to play her. She's very much not my style, frankly, for this reason.
Yeah, really good hit there, but 3 survivors injured. 1 survivor actually heading towards the hill after taking that hit. It's not unlikely that there is a trap back there that she could maybe get to, but it really just depends on what they're doing. And it looks like that actually... Ooh, that is going to be the down. Ace could afford the down, he could afford the hook, but this is going to be a different hook because it is on the hill next to the gen, and that's a very different hook than we've seen.
Yeah, this... Oh, no.
This is really smart. She's going to hook near the gen with the sort of most progress, hoping that somebody's going to sneak by over here maybe.
Yeah, she's just putting him deep in her 3-gen. I expect, that trap trigger right as the hook comes in to potentially bait her into teleporting away, but she does not take the bait. She does just sort of stick around here, check that gen, make sure it's still regressing, set down a trap, and then we move on.
If she plays this right, this could be her first confirmed kill because, again, what you'd mentioned is he is right in the sort of middle of all 3 of those generators, that web that she is sort of trying to maintain and set up. Nia here pulling aggro, but there are 2 survivors.
Great recognition from Nia, though, of that trap's location and the trigger range.
Yeah, really good job avoiding that, getting the pallet down. 2 survivors on a gen, 61, 62%, but Hag is very aware. We're not going to see a repeat of that Wraith who got a little overzealous. The unhook coming out, though, on Ace.
And that's also Pop Goes the Weasel, so that gen down to 35%.
Really good job here in the late game, waiting
Nia
for survivors.
not aware of the trap because of Rusty Shackles.
Ooh, let's see what...
The Nia triggered a trap, so the hag knows she's there, but she never actually got visual on the survivor, so she could never be sure of her exact location.
Really good job from the Fung there, getting the sprint burst, being able to just make distance and hoping that there's no traps that she's going to trigger along the way. Watching the hag place the trap so she knows where to use that flashlight. We can get a good visual on that when she creeps up.
Yeah, I wonder if that still has any battery at this point.
I shouldn't have much.
Yeah, I mean, I believe you can't tell from the model in the survivor's hand, but I'm assuming it's probably a yellow flashlight she got out of the chest, odds are, which has 8 seconds of battery life. And it takes about a half a second of battery to disarm a hag trap.
Yeah, so good value there if you can be precise with it, right, on shining it on those traps. But
I'd say, like, realistically, you could probably get 12 or 13, accounting for a little bit of inaccuracy.
Yeah. Good job hitting the Nia there. Nia not on death hook, though. Just the 2 survivors, the Claudette and the Fung Ace being on first. The hook totals have counted up, but we do see some of these gen progresses getting a little out of hand. 54 and 68, 69 soon. I think we're really seeing the pressure put on the hag. Pop Goes the Weasel has been great, but has not been able to keep the survivors off for too long, and things could spiral out of control very, very quickly here.
Yeah, we do see Nia getting injured, getting on a gen with Ace. Maybe the survivor's not quite so aware that there aren't any traps at that gen, that the hag hasn't had time to set her web back up, but that gen reaching 80% progress with the other gen at 88. Are we going to see an end to this game?
Yeah, I think we're going to see the end coming out here. The Hag cannot get there in time. Feng playing the long game. And this is going to be exit gates
are
powered.
Open.
Really
powered,
good
yeah.
job. Yeah,
not open quite yet.
No way out, but the doors are far enough apart that she still maybe can secure one. This was a risky play from RSK to pick Hag in this particular setting. Instead of things like Oni, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a slow grind of a game, but it does seem like the survivors are going to walk away with, if I had to guess, I would say probably all 4 out at this point. I expect we see a mass reset, and then everybody just kind of like runs their way over to that gate that has just been opened. Because they have basically the whole 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I don't see a world where the Hag maybe gets it down here. No Noed in play. The survivors would have to make some pretty big mistakes. You'd have to assume there's a body block train going out the door there, just to be sure there's no traps that kind of spring last minute.
Yep. Yeah, Nia's out. Everybody's healthy. I mean, at this point, the survivors know where the gate is, that it's open. No Noed's in play. It seems our Hag has kind of maybe given up hope here. Just going to go place a trap in the exit gate. But I mean, with the whole group of survivors all sort of together to body block for each other, especially with the Hag leaving that gate, yeah, that's going to be it. They're all out.
There we go. Good job from the survivor team. End game there. Again, having a tough sort of, it's an immovable object sort of situation, it feels like, at the beginning of that match where you know what's about to happen. You know that there's going to be Call of Brine. Had there been eruption, maybe would have been different. Not drastically.
Yeah, I mean, that Pop Goes the Weasel did a lot of work. That was placed at good locations very consistently when she got it. And I have to say, props to everyone in that game for just playing disciplined and just playing your game plan, especially the survivors, having to coordinate 4 people all on the same page to get those resets in efficiently so they could pressure those gens. I mean, frankly, I'm glad to see that match over. That was a long one. Lots of POV you hate metal. Gonna go kick some motors. I have some vengeance to be had against motors. I'm running out of words to say here.
Yeah, it was a long match. We'll just give you that one on there. Look, I think at the end of the day, anytime we've seen this strategy coming out of really forcing 3 gens, it just has not planned out. And typically, it doesn't really work for these teams because survivors are so strong. You have to take chases. 3 gens, what we've talked about, are not sustainable when there's 4 people up because you cannot get people into that hook trade rotation, right? There's always that one fringe individual out there. So that's a really tough spot to be in, especially as a Hag, not a chase killer. Really difficult, right? Hag especially thrives in random public matches where the communication is less or non-existent. So seeing in this area, like, oh, I saw her place one here, and what we saw several times, not popping them, sneaking by them.
And also popping those traps at the right time to pull her attention away from a vulnerable teammate and forcing her to make a difficult choice.
Yeah, I think that there was some phenomenal plays from Endgame right now. 5-0, RSK needs to try to tie this up. They don't want to lose too many maps before things could spiral way out of control. That pressure mounts very quickly. So we'll need RSK to really come through here and do a very good job surviving. And based on what we've seen, that's a difficult task ahead of them. I would expect an Oni coming out from Endgame. Maybe a Hag. Maybe they say, you know what, we're already in the lead. We play a better Hag, a stronger Hag. We'll show you how to play Hag. But I don't know. I mean, RSK hasn't been the most organized. I could see a world where they do drop to a Hag.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have some faith in them to play that sort of slow, disciplined game if they are put in that situation. But the thing is, they have to be very, very careful, and they have to be extremely strong in their survivor play. Because if Endgame takes this map, they're on series point.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if they take this map, what we've talked about before is each individual set has a different map, and the teams win the map right now. Endgame is up 1-0. This is second set, so, Endgame 5-0, really strong contest. Very likely that they could take this, get their second point, and they just need one more, and then that's it. That'll close it out. A 3, just striking right there, just no contest, no way of coming back, and kind of just saying, look, we showed up, we won, you didn't really give us much to do. we're kind of bored.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd go that far. That's a little. That's maybe, you gotta have some respect for the other competitors in this kind of thing. Like you don't go into this tournament without that kind of respect for the skills of your opponents. But at the same time, Endgame has been really, really strong, and in these last couple of matches, frankly, RSK has looked a little bit outclassed.
Yeah, I mean, it's been interesting to look at RSK versus 4AM and seeing how close some of those matches are, right? 4AM versus Rarity, but then we see Endgame just kind of stepping over RSK, not really having much barrier there, scoring point after point. And you have to wonder, would any team have been able to come up here and do anything against Endgame? They're ready. They're here for the Endgame, right?
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, like, if you're RSK after that match, that's a very difficult loss. Because now the onus is really, really on your survivors. Because if you lose a single person in this game, you're going to be down 0-2 in the series, and your back's against the wall. Like it's really down to the wire, and that's a lot of stress. And I worry that maybe these players aren't experienced on these kinds of stages, and we might see their mental crumble a little bit if under that kind of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a Hag that was cool and collected, but going back to our Spirit match, RSK...
Yeah, we even saw some little spins in there. They were really feeling themselves.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe that was calibration, just kind of like, okay, let me...
Yeah.
I really don't know, but, if we look at the sort of spirit of Endgame and the survivors from RSK, we did see some hasty maneuvers from RSK playing into that spirit, not really forcing them to work too hard. Again, some vaults into her and things of that nature. There is a world where I think the survivors might kind of be the bigger hindrance here in their road to success.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I really don't know what to say beyond, like, good luck, RSK.
Yeah, I was going to say, big task ahead of you. Your skills have to be on point, and I think to some degree that communication has to be on point.
Yeah.
And that might be the real big factor here. I mean, the skills may be similar, but the communication, the ability to understand the flow of the match at a different level, right? When you see Ruin and Pop over and over, you might be prepped for that. What happens when Devour's in play, right?
Yeah, and it is also important to keep in mind that, like, while each of these players are absolutely individually skilled in their own right, in a competitive environment is very, very different from the games you play at home.
Yeah.
Like, the level of coordination that's required to take on these kinds of killers, I mean, you see a killer of this skill level like maybe once every couple of months when you're playing public matches at home.
Yeah.
Whereas, I mean, that's all you're seeing in a tournament like this, is that every single killer, you really have to be on point with both your individual skills, your decision making, your mechanics, and your communication as a team.
Yeah, it is worth reiterating that we look at this hindsight's 2020. We get to look at the entire field and have all of the information. These players going in are just trying to glean what they can off of specific scenarios. So I think it's a really, really different situation to be in when you're mid-match. The heat is on. You are looking for, totems and what's the build and this and that.
We have gotten a little bit of information about our killer, and important, so we are going to be seeing a Bubba, but there actually is a very good reason for this. It seems a little goofy, right? But if you think about it, like, RSK needs all 4 survivors to escape.
Endgame just needs one face to camp.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, one more face for the leather face. And who's better at securing a kill? I don't think there's anybody in the game that can secure a kill like Bubba.
Yeah. So I mean, Father Campbell's Chapel. He's going to choose some through some pallets here. I mean, unless if we see RSK slipping up just a little bit, getting caught out, it could be different. But I think he'll have to chew through some pallets here to make some things happen for himself. But especially with some sprint bursts, right? That could be dead hard, not very
lethal
effective.
Pursuer too. Would you look at that? Because keep in mind, right? He can spend all game chasing someone if he wants.
Yeah.
Like he can chew through all 12, 14, 20, 30, however many pallets there are on this map. He can shoot through. Oh no! Oh, that's a dead zone. Oh, Nia. Oh, Nia.
First down in seconds. Incredible
Wow.
from Endgame. And trying to take that. Oh,
Just
Nia
trying to find her, getting a little
here.
blinded by the by the barrel.
Yeah, really good job there from
the hill
from
hook.
Endgame
Oh
coming up
no!
here. Hill
Oh
hook,
no! The hill hook, the mini basement.
the haunting of Hill Hook. You know, we're really gonna see Bubba just camp this out. If they can get this, that'll give Endgame 6 points. RSK will be at 4 or 3.
Just spending some quality time with Nia.
Yeah, good old Bubs. Yeah, so this is what you'd come to expect when you just need a point or two on the board.
Yeah, I mean, when all you need is 1 kill, this is, I mean, honestly, he could sit here for the entire 2 minutes it takes her to go from first hook to death, and they won't be able to get all the gens done. They'll get 3 gens done in that, like 3.5, maybe 4 gens done in that time, so we might even get a 2K out of it.
Yeah, I mean, peak DBD right here. Realistically, we have to reiterate, this is just for the point values. Realistically, Bubba does not need to work harder than this, so why risk it? Why walk away? His ability allows him to chainsaw through multiple people without stopping, so if this hook is contested, it's not contested for long.
Yeah, I mean, what a wacky series this has been. First, we spend what felt like, you know, an eternity watching a hag kick gens, and now we get to see a Bubba get a hook in the first 30 seconds of the match and then just face camp. Man, this is really just the peak DBD experience right here. This feels like I'm at home.
Yeah, without the comforts, right? My pants are still on here, but realistically, we do see the Nia go stage 2. They are struggling. This is going to be about 40 seconds left on this before she does get killed, and that's going to be a really tough. RSK is going to drop this match right here, giving it a 2-0 lead to Endgame.
Yeah, I mean, see, at this point, our survivors, like, they're kind of. I really don't see a way out of this for our survivors, because the thing is, they need to get past this Bubba to unhook, but the problem is that. Well, I mean, really all or nothing, right? Like, what else are you gonna do? What's the alternative? You gotta just go for it. I think maybe our ace is thinking he can.
He's on like cooldown, maybe.
But the thing is, our Bubba's just gonna pull up his chainsaw and kill you all. I don't know what the plan is here, my man. Like,
that is it down right there, and that is ooh.
Wait.
Nope,
oh no, he's body blocking
out.
the prompt. Oh no, he's just body blocking the hook. Oh, maybe a little bit of a prompt shenanigans here. Well, I mean, yeah, here it is. He's just gonna, yep.
And that's the kill.
That's game.
That is Endgame going 2-0 into the next set. If RSK does not answer with something incredibly strong, then the next set's automatically going to let Endgame get out of this.
Yeah, I mean, Nia going from spending quality time with Bubba to spending quality time with the entity, the big old tentacle jaws in the sky. You know, but the thing is, here comes the bamboozle. So I believe this is Fung. Yeah, Fung is going to disconnect from that tile, make her way to the main building.
Really good use of Fung's sprint burst there, actually, holding on to that.
Yeah, I mean, it is really important to sort of recognize the sprint burst is one of those perks that requires a lot more planning and a lot more management than most of the other exhaustion perks. Because exhaustion perks are typically triggered by something that will just sort of happen while you're playing the game, right? Like, Lythe is vaulting a window. You know, I mean, I guess Dead Hard is less triggered, but
it's triggered with a button.
It's triggered by you intentionally. Yeah, when you get a little bit too greedy and you make a mistake, and then you say, "Oh, actually, no, I didn't. I'm actually fine." But yeah, I find like Lythe and Balance Landing and Sprint Burst. You know, they're all perks that do stuff for you. You know, they help you not die.
I don't know where you started this going. I'm
no
not
idea.
sure. I think it went way off the course.
Yeah, I think my brain has been a little bit melted by these matches we've been seeing. I think
at some point you started saying perks are things that do things for you.
I did. Those are words that came out of my mouth a couple seconds ago. You're right.
So looking here, we do have the survivors trying to hang on. They're trying to get some stuff done. Not a lot, obviously. Trying to work on a new gen. But this, like you said, this is going to go for endgame 6. And, I predict that this goes all the way to 10-0, sweeping, giving 2 points in the grand final series to Endgame.
I mean, it's important. If you look at those gen progress, I mean, they're both at about a quarter, 30% in climbing. But at this point, our Bubba can kind of afford to just take chases, play it like it's a public match. Like, there's really no need to play super territorial around hooks, because the thing is, the match is already won. I mean, the rest of this is kind of just cleanup. It's a formality.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, wow, just the ace sprint bursting away on his own there. But Bubba just taking his time. I think what's interesting here is just seeing it played like a public match now of saying, oh, I got what I needed, so we're just going to kind of have a good time.
Yeah, like whatever. It doesn't matter from here on out. I could just Bloodlust 3 this ace at this random rock in a dead zone for all it matters. Like,
we did see something interesting from the Bubba, though. We saw this from the Wraith yesterday as well, of like just tapping their ability button. So he revs for a second, and usually survivors are looking for that as a means to dead hard. Like,
just the change in animation.
Right, yeah. Paying attention to the killer, saying like, oh, I think they're swinging, but in reality it was just a fake on that ability.
Yeah, and especially like Ace now being hooked all the way across the map from both of his teammates. And I mean, the most progress on a gen being about half, and the closest survivor to that hook being chased. Things are looking a little rough for our survivors here. Oof, the bump.
Very close.
Kate just gives him the disappointed stare.
Yeah, Kate looking back at it there. Let's see.
Me too.
Oh, nope, she doesn't. Does he back up and get a bamboozle? No, he's just going for the straight up M1. Not overplaying it, not getting too confident.
Yeah, those TL walls are really tough to play as like Bubba, and I find them pretty tough to play as Oni and Billy too, just because there's two windows pretty close together on walls that aren't so long that you can really catch up meaningfully with those sort of chainsaw, insta-down, mobility, whatever powers. That they're kind of awkward to play just because they're two windows very close together.
We do see one survivor here in the locker bailing out. It was very confusing.
Yeah, I like those little head bobs from the Bubba too. Maybe he's got some music playing. You know, I wonder what do you think Bubba listens to? Like if Bubba was to put on like those 80s style Walkman headphones, right? And like while he's chasing survivors, what do you think Bubba's listening to?
The Wiggles.
Every
Day of the week. Yeah, he's for sure listening to the Wiggles. And we do see Ace running off here. Good hook there. Everybody almost on Death Hook. Fung's the only one not on Death Hook, so we're really going to start dwindling down into just the final sort of moments of this match. Ace having...
Yeah, there comes the vault. The sprint burst gets him to the pallet, but I mean, it's a Bubba, so...
Yep, there's the throw. He chews through that really, really quickly and is on here. Of course, in the circus area, he already has sort of depleted these resources, and the fake not working out for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. Like, after a certain point, right, once you're close enough to the killer, you kind of have to fake, because if you vault, you get hit anyway.
Yeah.
But also, even if you do fake, you still probably also get hit because you're just kind of too close. Like, whether you fake or you don't fake, you kind of get hit no matter what. It's just a question of which side of the pallet do you want to die on.
Yeah, yep. And we see the exit gates are powered here. Survivor's getting that last gen done, though it doesn't really mean much in this scenario. Bubba maybe playing with his food a little bit here, but
yeah, hey, finally a killer didn't fall for that window fake. I feel like it's worked every time we've seen it, but it finally didn't.
Yeah, especially from Kate's. It's been really, really powerful.
Yeah, maybe there's like some secret in the DVD code that we're not seeing where like if Kate fakes this window, then manipulate the killer's brain into falling for it.
I have a lot of things I could say on that one. A good decisive strike there coming out from Kate. Gonna just extend this a little bit longer, maybe be able to get to the door their teammate has opened, but...
Oh, wait, maybe a hatch play, but... Oh, never mind. Never mind.
No, Fung...
Forgot about that.
Just staring at her favorite pen pal here as Kate loops for her life. Gonna go to a filler pallet that... Ooh, is gonna get chewed really fast right here.
Oh, didn't get the stun. You know what? I bet you on her screen it said killer stun plus 1,000, and he broke the pallet anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible here. Going down... And that is going to be Death Hook for Kate. So that's going to be one out. That's going to be endgame with 7 points. RSK with 1. That differential is massive. Maybe just giving Hatch a little cheeky Hatch giver here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he could give her Hatch. It's not like it matters.
Big
or maybe
respect.
I wonder if he even has time. No, he doesn't. Never mind. I was going to say, maybe he has time to get to that gate. But nope. Also, interesting to see that the this is also an older version of the map that doesn't have the invisible player barriers outside of those windows for you to bump your chainsaw on.
Yeah, there's no sort of collision there. Really interesting to see Endgame come out swinging right now, commanding the series so far.
Yeah, and that is going to be 2-0 in the series in favor of Endgame. RSK with their backs to the wall going into Game 3. Honestly... Endgame has looked so extremely strong in this series.
Yeah.
I have to say, I expect them to take it in 3 at this point. I don't really see too much light at the end of the tunnel for RSK here.
Endgame has been so strong, so difficult to contend with. These have not been close matches, and that's not to say that RSK does not figure out something very quick. They need to go into the locker room, get some of the Space Jam water, or else this is going to be it for them. We are going to throw it to a quick break so that everybody can get ready for what I expect will be the final match in the Knights of Terror tournament. All right, everybody, welcome back to the grand finals of the DBD Mobile Knights of Terror tournament. We are watching Endgame sort of dominate over RSK here in the grand finals going into match 3 out of 5. If Endgame clinches this one, that's it. That's it. It goes to him.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some pretty unusual games earlier. I mean, the last map, a little bit unusual. That sort of last map that we saw, Father Campbell's Chapel.
Yep.
We had a Hag get 4-outed after holding a 3-gen for, I don't know, someone in production probably has a general timeline, but it was probably a good, like, 20-plus minutes.
Yeah, I think she held that 3-gen about as long as Justin Timberlake has held his solo career.
And then that followed up by a Bubba who's, I need to secure 1 kill. So I'm going to put someone on a hook and just face cam. Yeah, I'm just sitting there watching that. I'm like, this feels like I'm at home, like, watching public games, like a 3-gen Hag and a face camping Bubba. Like, we're really just hitting all the stereotypes tonight.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at some of the highlights. We have some interesting plays, a lot of them coming out of Endgame, but RSK having a few good moments here and there, some good dead hard, some good killer plays. We do see RSK getting some fancy footwork on the Spirit as we get a few whiffs out here.
Yeah, and was with no resources, buying like 5+ seconds of time for her team just with that movement. Like, very impressive. Oh, and then that last seconds of Haunted Ground.
Yeah, the Haunted Ground coming out. Kate thinking she was safer than she was. Fung getting yoinked here, not being able to really get the grab there.
Yeah, and then the ace getting hit. This is the good old farm your teammates, but it's fine. I have dead hard.
Yeah, and that's where, I mean, we saw the team incapacitated on the RSK side so early. Endgame just commanding respect, not taking no for an answer here.
Yeah, I mean, the dead hard to the pallet, and then just the little fake out, that slow vault, the Spirit hearing that little grunting noise that the survivors make when they slow vault the pallet, and just swinging back around and getting that down.
Really good work here on the Spirit, identifying that the ace did not go out the other side of Shack, going instead in front of the pallet. I mean, we just see a very patient sort of Spirit coming out of RSK, just not as good of RNG.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that I think that the Spirits did really well in this series, was just to play that patiently. To make sure they actually landed those swings, to confirm their targets, to not just come out of phase and swing wildly, right?
This was the incredible play from the Fung, trying to get the last percentage of the gen. I think it was like 99.
Yeah, I think it was literally 99, but just barely not done.
I mean, the Hag picks up here, and the Survivor rushes in and gets the last 1% on the generator. Incredible play from the team with the communication.
Yeah, just really, really good coordination here. And then, yeah, that slow, the one highlight from the Hag match. But yeah, no, the very, very early down on Nia. And then, yeah, we're probably going to see, this was a big moment too, that the Fung goes down, the ace almost following her. But the thing is, then the whole team kind of like, well, it's all or nothing, right? We really just got to go for it. And this ace playing it almost like the killer's going to try and grab him, maybe forgetting for a moment that Bubba has a chainsaw. Kind of a key element of his character, but maybe not considered there.
Yeah, I mean, Bubba's chainsaw could have been in a very slight cooldown, but realistically, I mean, how far were you going to get away from that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to get that unhook immediately, you have to just run.
Yeah, I think it is worth noting, it is worth talking about, because we are in the booth here, if you will.
Yeah.
That Hag match was 33 minutes long.
And 30 seconds.
Yeah, I don't want to see the number 3 as long as I live.
Also, I believe that was Endgame banning Huntress and RSK banning Oni for this match.
Yeah, so RSK really is trying to force Endgame to play something maybe outside of their comfort zone, but RSK has been a little bit, like I said, on their back foot, a little bit on the defensive for this, and Endgame has just kept coming. I would not be shocked to see a nurse here. I would not be shocked to see a commanding plague here.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see, like, with how well Endgame has been playing on their Spirit, I mean, I would love to see the nurse.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a dominant
anybody in
nurse.
this tournament can make nurse work, it's Endgame.
100%. It is worth noting, going into the next match, it looks like we are seeing Blood Lodge as the map that has been selected. RSK picking killer first. Really needs to come out here and get a 5-0. Really, you just cannot leave points on the board at this point. You really need to command that victory.
Yeah, I mean,
RSK being down 0-2 in the series, if Endgame wins a single match over the course of the next potentially 3, they're taking home the victory here, and that is going to be the whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if we get a four-man out from Endgame, then that means that RSK has to tie, and no less, in the next one. And what we've seen is that when it comes down to that point, Endgame has no problem pulling out Bubba and doing work. And Bubba's not banned, and you can do multiples. So, you know, realistically, RSK has a lot cut out for them as killer here. Blood Lodge, a big map. Billy's banned. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, I would love to see a nurse. Like I said, if anybody can make the nurse work, we've seen very mostly missing performances from nurses across the course of this whole tournament. But we've had some times where the nurse has a really, really strong early game. They're very much in a position to win the match, and then they just let it slip.
Yep.
And the thing is, after watching Endgame Spirit, I had mentioned this in the post-game of that match, that the thing that really stuck out to me was their understanding of where they needed to be to best apply that pressure.
Yeah.
And if there's anybody whose killer players have the game sense to prevent that sort of slipping away of the pressure, it's Endgame.
Yeah. Endgame seems to hold a mastery, an understanding of how to induce specific survivor movements when they need, like keep a sort of catalog in the back of their head of where survivors are going to be, where they're going to push from. It's just very calculated, and I'm really interested to see if that continues. I mean, it's been so consistent so far. RSK coming out of the losers bracket against 4AM with a pretty dominant set of matches, but then coming out here against Endgame, and it's just like we're in two different leagues.
Yeah, it really has been interesting to see how some of these matches have been so contentious, but like over the course of this tournament, it really does seem like Endgame has just kind of been on another level.
Yeah, it almost feels, and we talked about this before, like Endgame was going to win no matter what if 4AM even ended up here in this last bracket. It just did not look like that was going to change. I do want to take a moment and remind you guys that keep an eye on the Twitch chat and the YouTube chats today, as there are going to be giveaways and codes for DVD Mobile, and be sure that you follow the socials at DVD Mobile, Instagram, Twitter, the places, maybe TikTok. I don't know. You can check it. It takes like 30 seconds. So, but we are trying to get this match made real quick. We did have a bit of a match load error, but looking at this now, I'm expecting, like I said, I'm expecting RSK, if they have Huntress banned, because they have brought Eerie Head Huntress.
RSK does have Huntress banned for them. Endgame did ban Huntress.
Then I would entirely expect Oni. I think that's the only thing that they feel comfortable with.
Yeah, we've seen a solid Oni from them.
Yeah, I mean, solid in other contexts. I wonder here how solid it would be. We have seen sort of the way to play against Oni is to hide, right? To delay the
delaying that first hit, especially.
Delay the power, and then once the power is in play, just sort of backing off and just letting it run its course. I think that based on what we've seen with RSK's Hag, that there is no problem on the endgame side of being patient and playing methodically.
No,
do not think that's a problem.
Their survivor play was so incredibly disciplined.
Yeah.
Like, they did such a phenomenal job. I mean, of course, there were a couple of small mistakes here and there, but on the whole, their survivor play was so calculated, so coordinated, so disciplined, that if there is any team in this entire tournament that could see an Oni denied his power for potentially the entire match, it would be them.
Yeah, exactly. We are actually going to see RSK come out here with their Nurse, which is interesting, right? Nurse is the killer you would assume that most competitive teams have the most practice against. But if you are, quick with the sticks, you might be able to make something happen and make it happen faster than you would as an Oni. So endgame here is going to really put this Nurse to the test, see if RSK has what it takes. If RSK cannot pull off a very, very forward lead, it's going to leave a lot to be desired going to the next match and lean very heavily towards endgame clinching this entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, I am very curious to see Because the thing is, RSK, I don't believe they've pulled out the nurse a single time yet in this tournament. This is the first time we're going to be seeing RSK's nurse.
Yeah, I think if they have, it was very early. I do not necessarily recall, though, and really, if I can't recall, then it didn't happen. You know what I mean?
yeah. The good old picks or it didn't happen.
Exactly. So we do see the nurse right now bringing Corrupt, Haunted Grounds, Ruin, and Noed really leaning on that passive so that they're not having to stop, use Pop Goes the Weasel. But Blood Lodge is a big, big map here, and we do see these survivors waiting it out, being very patient.
Yeah, and our nurse, maybe having sort of had her fill of checking the gens in that are not corrupted, is now going to venture a little bit into the area of those inaccessible gens. Listening at those lockers to see if they hear some healthy breathing inside and not detecting any. But we're now reaching just about the halfway point of corrupt intervention with no chase, no pressure, no information or anything for our nurse. So our survivors playing this early game very, very slowly.
We do see the Nia approaching this gen, knowing that this nurse has been doing some cursory searches of the area is a bit dicey, but yeah, the cursory searches are becoming a bit of a problem. And with the nurse, it's hard not to do cursory searches. She is very, very slow, slower than any other killer.
Slower than survivors.
Yes, she's slower than survivors when not using the ability, so to move anywhere is costly. And we do see that survivor successfully navigating around that rock, completely duping.
I wonder if she maybe heard the breathing right as she blinked away, because she did come right back.
Yeah, she sees some of the
scratches.
Oh, this could be a goose hunt that gives the survivors a lot of leeway here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and that is going to be a big whiff. Good job on the Claudette getting away there.
Yeah, they were just, they ended up sort of standing next to each other for a second there as our nurse, like, looked back into the bus. Oh, is this going to be a hit? Yeah, that first hit comes out.
Coming out.
Good blink accuracy so far from the nurse. Let's see if they can keep this up.
Really good job on the double back. Do they get... And the dead hard coming out.
All right, so the third health state underway.
We do see Jen right now, 67%, another Jen at 22. The survivors being really communicative. And, ooh, the Claudette is going to go down here. We do see the Fung making distance. You don't want to give...
Maybe a little bit of snowballing going to happen here. Take a tag on the Dwight and then go back for the down survivor.
Really good job there on the Dwight, making that distance. Really rough for the Claudette to loop back to that Jen.
Yeah, I mean, no tag to be had on the Dwight, but honestly, not too far off. Okay, the Claudette does get up, but the Fung is injured now, so that's two survivors potentially going down with the next set of blinks.
We are seeing RSK's nurse is a fairly competent and capable nurse. Hopefully the nerves aren't going to get to them too much here, as they do need to actually get a hook, get it down.
Oh, that little bit of impatience. We've been seeing some missed blinks and a little bit of impatience on the swings, and I really hope for their sake that that doesn't come back to bite them. Great prediction, but is it going to be enough? Yes, it is.
Really good hit. Very good connection there. We did see the accidental swing on first blink. Something, again, you don't want to do really as the nurse. You want to use that first blink to confirm where the survivor is. Use that second blink to correct. And, swinging on that first blink is detrimental. We've only seen that once. Hopefully we don't see that again unless by accident. This nurse needs to tighten up that game and be very intentional with every...
Wow, great understanding of the nurse that blinking to that right side, seeing the progress on the Gen, and no scratch marks means that the Fung is nearby on the left side. This is potentially a very big opportunity to build pressure. Hits the endurance from the borrowed time on Claudette, and it seems like she's going to commit to this chase. If she lands this set of blinks, this could spell disaster for our survivors.
It definitely could. The big deal here is whether the Unbreakable DS is a potential. Ooh,
dead hard used, though, a little unnecessarily from Claudette. I wonder if we're going to see a locker adventure here to try and force that decisive strike.
We do see the nurse kind of doing these second blinks are going a little bit too quickly on accident. Ooh, and accidentally getting stuck on the wall.
Just some small mechanical misses, but wasting a significant amount of time here. Just a couple in a row, just a few too many.
Yeah, it does look like the sort of pressure might be sort of mounting, right? Of just some of those mechanical things getting a little jittery, going a little bit too fast on those blinks. That is going to be a successful decisive strike. A third chase coming out here against the Claudette.
Yeah, I mean, this is effectively 4 health states to chew through, right? Because the first swing, the second swing, the second swing missed by the dead hard, then the decisive strike requiring another chase, but a good set of 2 blinks to confirm that down through the decisive strike on Death Hook. However, that is 3 gens done and a 4th getting started, just hitting about 25% progress.
Yeah, and right now the survivors have no necessity to have to touch Hex Ruin because of the space that's been given to them. So, you know, it is a bit dicey for it to be up, but the nurse has to confirm a lot more than this for it to really spell any sort of doom for endgame.
Yeah, because while Ruin is in play right now and is doing some small amount of work, our nurse really hasn't been forcing survivors to get off gens. With her very single-minded focus on this Claudette, she's effectively had 2 survivors just free to work on gens as they please for this entire match so far.
It is an interesting strategy to do this sort of tunneling, I mean, even as a nurse, right? Because, again, with Hex Ruin, you don't necessarily want to, but you could lose all 5 gens before you get that kill all the way confirmed. It's going to be a grab from our
grab
nurse
game
here.
coming through. A game of patience on both sides.
Good swing on the Nia there. Is that going to be a dead hard coming out from the Nia?
Yeah, and the borrowed time allowing our Nia to make some distance. But the thing is that Claudette now has a dead hard available to her. Ooh, doesn't come out in time. And her decisive strike already being used. That's a death, but 4 gens done with a third nearing halfway.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough situation to be in. The Nia is healing out on her own, allowing the other teammate to work on a generator. This is a tough spot to be in. You know, Noed is a possibility here in the endgame, but without No Way Out, usually that has only spelled 1 hit, especially with Unbreakables in play.
Yeah, and it seems like our nurse may be not aware that there are 2 survivors at this tile, maybe thinking there's only 1. Not recognizing that there were 2 people in play, and instead just blinking sort of behind that tile.
Yeah, this could really be disastrous if that Fung can get back onto that generator while this Nia pulls the aggro. Because while we did see some decent regression out of Hex Ruin on that gen, if the nurse thinks that nobody's there, then it's just going to keep getting whittled away at.
Yeah, a good 1 blink hit on the Nia there to sort of shut down that filler pallet. And a great prediction to get that down very quickly. If we could see more like that, this game is still pretty winnable.
I mean, right now, 80% on the gen, rapidly approaching. The nurse is going to have to get this hook and blink perfectly into position. And
I don't know if she has time.
You know,
this is very close.
Well, the other gen has 64%. Even if she makes it there, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. They may
I think
sacrifice.
that's getting done.
And
they're going to go down to Noed, probably.
And the sprint burst. Really good job. The nurse being a little bit greedy, swinging on that first blink like what we've talked about before.
Now they're going to try and go back to contest the unhook, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get there in time. Ooh, the Dwight not going down. Wait. Were the survivors...
All the dull totems are already
have been cleansed
because... Oh, wow.
Oh, because there were 3.
Endgame playing a completely different game right now, doing all the dull totems, leaving the hex totems, and just saying, you know, we know what's about to happen. This is predictable. You're boring. You know?
Wow. Recognizing that there are 3 hex totems, recognizing that Ruin and Haunted Grounds are in play, instead cleansing the 2 dull totems on the map, and preventing the Noed more efficiently than they would have been able to prevent Ruin.
That is such a level of confidence, such a understanding of really what they need. Again, we've talked about it before, but it seems like we're seeing 2 different teams in 2 different sort of leagues, if you will. Endgame not going for the Ruin, not going for the Haunted Ground. We've seen time and time again that combination can be deadly, and saying, look, we're not going to give you an inch, much less a mile here. We're actually going to take the negative space you've given us and make something with that.
Yeah, wow, that's just so impressive, because I think this was very much like what we've been talking about teams that can adapt their strategy in the game to what the other team's game plan is. Recognizing that, yes, Ruin is in play, that is a possible issue. However, the nurse is focused so heavily on Claudette that she's not really going to be getting a significant amount of value out of Ruin, and if anything, she might get more value from the 14 seconds we spend cleansing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing here, right? Again, we talked about it earlier in the day, but tunneling can often diffuse. And wow, the swing and a miss there allowing... Oh, the unhook interrupted.
Oh, this is a little risky here.
Usually if you're beyond 50% on that unhook, that does not get interrupted.
Yeah, this is spooky here for our survivors. I do believe the Nia has a dead hard in her pocket, so our nurse should be... Oh, no, they had that. Just that second blink for safety, but that little bit of impatience. taking away the potential payoff of a third down there.
Really good job from the team. A little bit of a slip up, a little bit risky, but our nurse is going to try to pull further away from the other door.
I think they may be trying to save here.
Yeah, it looks like they might, just trying to get as many points on the board and secure as much as possible.
They have they have a little under 2 minutes because of that slowdown to the end game timer caused by someone being downed or hooked. But is that enough time? I don't know.
If they can get there within the 1 minute, because as they unhook, it will revert back to orange, and that's going to really require that they be very...
They're thinking about it.
Yeah, I think really, if they play killer as strong as they have very little to worry about. And I think if they could just come out with 3 kills, I mean, that's it. That's all they need.
Yeah, and I have to say, some mechanical mistakes here from RSK's nurse, but all around, definitely a solid play. Like, definitely better than some of the other nurses we've seen.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't pulled the nurse out at any point prior in this tournament, because it looked pretty good.
I think their nurse would have been clean, much cleaner, would have appeared cleaner against 4 a.m. or, but again, we've talked about it before. We're seeing a team with endgame that is just on another level. I mean, again, saying we're not touching the hexes, we're just going to do the dull, and you'll never know.
Yeah, that's such a wild set of decisions to make. Like, just... And that's part of that team coordination and communication we had talked about too. That before cleansing the totems, they had called out to say, okay, there are 3 hex totems. We know they have Ruin.
Yeah.
They're not going to be running like Ruin, Thrill of the Hunt, and Devour. They're going to have Ruin Haunted because that's a build that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, they recognize that and also recognize the reality that we've seen a lot of nurses bring Noed. Because in this game, her blink attacks are still basic attacks and take advantage of the exposed effect.
Yes.
And just the time efficiency, even just that difference of, like, the 14 seconds of cleansing time, first off.
Yep.
But also, just part of the nurse's game plan at this level, this is not a no-ed pick that, like you see in your home games, where it's a killer who isn't confident in their play, who doesn't believe in their ability to catch and down survivors, and is hoping to sort of cheese out a couple of kills or even a 4K in endgame.
Yeah.
This is a tactical no-ed pick of someone who recognizes the strength of their opponents and understands that, yeah, there's a very real chance we get to endgame.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing here, if you think about it realistically, right, the idea for these survivors to go in here and say, okay, there's at least 2 totems. One of them's not Devour. That just doesn't make sense. We are looking at a Hex Ruin, Hex Haunted Grounds, and then say, okay, we could potentially put ourselves in a bad spot for Haunted Grounds to go off. It would actually be faster just to do the 2 dulls, because Haunted Grounds spawns 2 totems and Ruin spawns in 1 totem. Knowing that there's only 2 left on the map and having the time to do that and neutering that sort of endgame, especially seeing that the Claudette was going to be tunneled out, I think that just sort of death spiraled into a really solid endgame there.
Yeah,
pun intended.
And this was one of those situations also where the perks that the killer brought didn't really coincide with the playstyle they brought into the match, right? You're bringing Ruin, but Ruin does its best work when you spread pressure. When you're able to force multiple survivors off gens to be chasing one, downing one, forcing someone to come for the pickup or unhook, and that just wasn't happening. The most survivors we saw off gen, like actually occupied and not just running from gen to gen, was just 2.
Yeah, I think
up until the end game, of course.
Yeah, that's what we've talked about before, with kind of bouncing back and forth between 2 survivors. Obviously, you have to hope that those survivors, are one of them's not particularly strong or something of that nature. But if you are going to bring a perk that gets its benefit when you are staggering the entire team, you really want to keep as many off of a gen as possible. So you hook one, you chase a different one, someone unhooks. That's 3 people occupied. If you can keep that cycle going, Ruin will give you some time. And if you can get a kill and Ruin's still up, then that really makes it a very much more potent thing to go against. But when you tunnel one person, 3 people get to just sit on the gen. Ruin's not giving you anything, right?
Yeah, because what Ruin really does is it amplifies the pressure that you as a killer are able to build and augments it with that gen regression. But the thing is, if there are multiple survivors who are not being pressured, Ruin is effectively a dead perk slot.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we saw here with Haunted Grounds and Ruin being a dead perk slot with the tunnel happening. The opponent saw that, Endgame saw that and said, okay, well, if we try to tackle this totem, it's just not going to work out for us. It doesn't make sense. It makes sense to go around it in a completely unexpected and different way and secure the Endgame as being far less risky than we could have imagined. So going into it now, we are seeing Endgame with a confident, strong Bubba pick. They understand that they need to get 3 kills out of this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised by the Bubba. I think it did look pretty strong in that last match, but I do think a large part of the reason for that was because the survivors were so desperate to get all 4 out, and that pressure with the Bubba got the hook on the hill, was, camping that, and the survivors had to make a desperation play in that situation, which the Bubba could capitalize on. But in a world where that's not the case, I'm really not so sure if this is the pick.
I'm interested because he definitely seemed like a competent and capable Bubba.
Oh, absolutely.
And it seemed like RSK still, in their initial chase from him, still struggled a bit, right? And he was able to get, he let them have a one-man out.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, things like what you'd mentioned cascaded because of the necessity to get everyone out the door or lose it all.
Yeah. Also, notice we're seeing a lot of dead hards, which, very important to note, dead hard doing a lot of work against killers that need to hit you twice. But
yeah,
Bubba,
against
not so much.
Yeah, the other really interesting thing here with regards to Bubba is we're seeing the Lethal Pursuer, Bamboozle, No Way Out, and Corrupt. So
this looks like my build.
This is a pub match build, and I'm thinking if Endgame can pull it off with this one, that is almost the most disrespectful thing that you can do in a competitive scene.
But also, look at how quickly he's able to chew through these pallets. We're going to bamboozle the window. The Nia is going to go probably take one rotation around, and then, transition to that other pallet. But now there's just 3 pallets down in the span of 45 seconds.
Yeah, if he can use his speed.
This is going to be 4.
Yeah, this will be a 4th one. Yeah, she won't risk it. And now she's going to be zoned out heavily.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's out of pallets now. The really only option is the locker play here.
Yep,
Watch him feather it. Yeah, here it comes. Yeah,
and then
look
he
at
just
that.
Picks right. Ooh.
Oh. Well, that's awkward. But the play... Wait, what?
Does he think that she hopped back in?
I'm sorry. What is...
Whoa.
Huh?
Hold on.
That was a little strange looking. Maybe a little bit of desync there in that pulling out of the locker.
Maybe some massive desynchronization there. Maybe she did hop back in on their screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, interesting. That's
that was a little odd. The play was good, though. She was going down there no matter what. With that play of pretending to pick up the chainsaw, but not fully filling that charge bar to actually start the chainsaw sweep, and instead sort of baiting her into the locker and then immediately letting that chainsaw fall and just trying to pull her out.
Yeah, regardless, she would have been pulled out of that locker. That is a 10 out of 10 expert level sort of Bubba play there. Knowing that the chainsaw cannot hit you while you're in a locker and forcing him to end his ability, giving you just a little bit of time, burning a little bit more time, I think that's a really, really, really smart pick.
Yeah, it is interesting. The Lethal Pursuer pick is very interesting here because it does guarantee that first chase, right? Because what Lethal Pursuer does is it shows the auras of all survivors to the killer for the first, I think it's like 9 seconds at the start of the match, which basically allows the killer to pick and choose who it is they want to chase first. And so at this point, we see okay, this is interesting. I feel like...
Why are they...
I don't know why. I don't know.
They can just do gens because they only had a 2 out earlier.
But the thing is, they need to get 3 out in this game in order to come out ahead. And then with one chainsaw sweep, our Bubba was able to down 2 survivors.
This goes back to being disrespectful, and at the same time, I think you're asking for it, right? These survivors could have just sat on gens, waited for this survivor to die, and potentially made it out, right? They could have had a 3.
Yeah, I think this is just a massive blunder from RSK, just getting too confident, too altruistic, just not
this has to be an unbreakable into a dead
to
hard, into a pick, into a deliverance.
But even here, all the killer has to do is just sit here
and just swing.
Yeah, like
maybe if they're hoping that he's impatient enough to swing against a dead hard.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Bubba is very much he's just going to kill you all. What are you doing?
And that's a tantrum. into multiple hits. I do not understand what's happening here.
I am so lost.
RSK is getting really good at making coffins here as they're digging their own graves as well.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, the ace, he sees the ace, he's going to pick up the Kate. The ace is not going to be able to pick up Fung. And, I mean, this is just disastrous for RSK. They really just played right into the Bubba's hands here. I think all they needed here was a 2-out to go to a tiebreaker, right? But I guess the question is, do you want to risk that tiebreaker?
I think the big question is, if you don't go big, do you go home? Because, I mean, that's really, I know it's cliched, but that's what they have to ask themselves. Like, if you don't get something more, right, if you just keep going for ties, what's that going to really get you in the long run?
But the thing is also, as soon as that survivor was on the hook, they got most of the way through their first hook state, right? But then you have 2 survivors off gens just hovering near the hook, which is just, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the strategy was here. The Bubba pick clearly throwing them off a little bit. Not throwing any pallets, but good whiff, okay.
Good spin. I like it.
And Nia is going to go down here.
That's going to be a death. And the other survivors foregoing healing and instead choosing to do gens. I think the killer's perfectly happy to just sort of hang out here, wait out that 60-second timer on their phone, and then pick up once the decisive strike is no longer a factor.
Yeah, my favorite thing was to, hey, Alexa, set a 60-second timer, you know?
Yeah, I know there are even some people who have a macro that will, like, ping them, that like there's like a button on their mouse they press to set a 60-second timer, and it'll like ping them when that timer runs out, just so they have like a perfect measurement of that DS.
Yeah, and we see all these survivors staying injured, so whether it's the chainsaw or the mallet, I mean, these downs are too fast, too furious. I think really Bubba securing these downs.
Tough, especially because this is the gen with the most progress as well. So he's going to be able to kick this gen, let that gen regress, defend the gen. Well, I guess maybe not the gen with the most progress because one just popped in the background. But I mean, I think realistically with No Way Out in play, at this point, I think he's perfectly happy to just sit here for a minute, let the 2 survivors potentially get 1 more gen done, and then just let No Way Out net him his 3rd kill, and that'll be the win.
Yeah, I mean, this is really, really interesting. 1 kill, camp the other one, and, you know, at minimum it ties. But realistically, yeah, No Way Out is going to lock it up for at least a short duration time. It's not going to be the full 60 that we'd normally be looking for.
No, it'll be,
here.
I think, 36 seconds with the current number of tokens.
Yeah.
Which is long enough to enter a chase, and all you need to do is enter a chase, right?
Yeah.
Because you could just chew pallet to pallet to pallet to pallet to pallet, and then eventually they'll run out of resources, especially with Bamboozle being able to block those windows.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see if RSK can maybe make something happen here to take it to a Game 4, but it looks like the Game 3 is really not in their favor. Bubba just being sure that this Kate ascends to a higher plane, a better plane. So
yeah, and that is going to be the last gen done pretty much simultaneously with the Kate dying on hook, and we are seeing a chainsaw for mobility here. That's some a true Giga Chad play.
Yeah, that is really next level Bubba. Of course, Fung trying to heal, maybe getting called out.
He knows she's there.
And are they going to fall for this? Maybe a medium? Nope. Do they have a dead hard in the pocket? He needs to play it patient. Nope. That's a down. That'll be the 3rd kill secured.
All right. And the thing is, this whole time, too, Ace has not been able to get on a gate.
Yeah, they have been locked up.
Yeah, and there may be a hatch play coming in, but
she might
this
wiggle.
is a long carry.
That's a long carry.
Yeah, I think he makes it. I think he has time, but it'll be close. Oh, wait. No, he has time.
He has time. It'll be like, 4%. Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Very, very close there.
Yeah, those are always heartbreakers when you're the survivor, because especially sometimes you'll have that slight bit of ping where on your screen it looks like the bar is actually full, but the killer hooks you anyway, and you're just sitting there like, no, I wiggled.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, Fung and Bubba are going to spend some quality time together here while the Ace works on the other gate and takes that 1 escape.
Yeah, really interesting to see how this match went. The Bubba having a 3K, I mean, in some cases, would Bubba have been a better pick for some of these players along this tournament?
Yeah,
but
it really makes you wonder.
Endgame having a really confident, they came in here, they did not have a hard build. They really just wanted the W. They knew how to get it. And I think this is, again, just indicative of Endgame being on a completely different level. And for some of these next tournaments that I would imagine that NetEase is going to hold for these, Endgame would be really a team to trifle with. You have to understand how they've played this so smooth.
Yeah, and with that, Fung dies on hook, Ace takes his escape. The 1 out is not going to be enough points, and Endgame are your champions.
Yeah, Endgame taking it home, big grand prizes, big celebrations, and honestly, really, if you win a tournament with
Bubba, yeah,
I think that your prize money should be doubled. I don't get to make that call, but
if only we did. If only that were up to us.
Yeah, so really incredibly dominant plays from Endgame. There was a 3-0 in a best of 5. There was no back and forth.
Wow.
There was no hope, really, which is not something we necessarily root for, but as the matches went on, it just became clearer and clearer the type of tournament that this was for them.
Yeah, I mean, that Endgame was truly just a cut above the rest in this tournament. Like, they really came in here ready to win with, I don't know if it's more preparation, better communication. I mean, I'm sure it was a whole mess of factors, right, that led to them being that sort of next level team. But it has just been such a pleasure to watch a team playing at the caliber of Endgame in a tournament like this. It is so satisfying. Like, I really have a hard time articulating it, just how satisfying it is to watch a team playing at that level.
Yeah, I mean, I am really very pleased. Big hats off to anyone who has come into this tournament and participated. Dead by Daylight Mobile being, at least this version of it, relatively new. You guys hopped in, did a lot of work, and for Endgame, kudos, you won. And to everybody else, RSK and below, you guys fought. You fought hard. You came out here. You learned a lot, I would hope, and are better prepared for tournaments going forward. And I hope that that is the more positive mentality that's taken away from this. These losses always get a little bit hard, obviously.
It never feels good to lose, right? But every loss is an opportunity to grow and improve as a player and as a team as well. Like, I really hope something we do see a lot is teams sort of like having a rough tournament and then, you know, splitting up and finding like new teams. And I really hope that a lot of these teams do stick together, do stick it out, do practice together, and come back stronger for the next tournament.
We are going to take a look at some highlights just to round off this incredible day of grand finals. I think we've seen a myriad of killers, some wild plays on every sort of side of the spectrum. Again, the fancy Nia footwork here from RSK, really trying to stave off Endgame Spirit just being next level.
Yeah, like the precision on the Spirit was just so incredible. Like, it is such a joy to see someone who almost is when they're playing Spirit, it almost looks like they can see the survivors. They're that precise.
Yeah, exactly. They really had a good handle of how to fake that ability, how to really induce the survivors to do what they wanted to do, as we see here, just following up on RSK as they abandoned that tile there. Doing incredible work on the turn-in here. We saw RSK having a great mastery. You know, RSK not winning here, but doing a great job with their Spirit up until this point. And the Hag play, man. The Hag match, 33 minutes and 30 seconds of Gen
and
defending.
That Gen just so close to being done. And I'm imagining the Hag watching the Nia sprinting in, just going, don't you do it. I know you want to. Don't do it.
Yeah, I think that would have been a moment to hold that slug for a second, get that brine. But this is our first Bubba moment. We saw Nia, unfortunately, taking a big L here early on.
Yeah, runs into the fire barrel just for good measure.
And, yeah, Fung sprint bursting in, getting down to Ace, narrowly escaping, and just kind of confirming the rest of Nia's bar here, leaving Fung on the ground. Yeah,
just Bubba keeping in mind not to overextend, to just play around the hook. There's no need to get crazy. There's no need to get silly, right? All you got to do is play it safe, and you win the game. And I think just a slight mechanical misplay. He could have downed the Kate there. I think he had enough charges left in his chainsaw. But, you know, playing it safe and taking the series home.
We did see the RSK Nurse. Really, it was a decent pick. Really slow start, getting some decent blinks, but just enough mechanical errors, missed second blinks or swings on first blinks that it was a really tough matchup for them. And again, we talk about the fact that Ruin and Haunted Grounds were left up.
Yeah,
really
especially because Nurse is one of those killers that sort of plays that mechanical razor's edge where at any time, any action you take, if it's just a little bit imprecise, is just going to lead to a significant loss of time.
And then, Bubba coming through here and just getting multiple downs, really showing why he is dominant in this sort of camping scenario. Really shocked to have seen the Fung go in for that unhook there.
Yeah, and especially after the tantrum, there's a brief window where you can effectively do whatever action where the hitbox of the chainsaw is no longer active. And it's kind of safe to go in for the unhook, but just a little bit of impatience as the Bubba using that ability to move while in tantrum to kind of shimmy a little to the right to cut off that unhook from Fung.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. Again, Endgame, congratulations, you did it. I hope that you are celebrated for your efforts, and I hope that the prize money feels good. RSK coming in second, good job today. And,
Yeah, we'll just take a quick look at the bracket just to, provide that acknowledgement to all of our competitors who came out and played over these last couple of weekends of the Dead by Daylight Mobile Knights of Terror tournament. We have 4AM, BBB, RSK, Pulse, Endgame, KGB, Lazy Family, and Rarity. And thank you all in the audience as well for coming out to watch us over these last couple of weeks. It has been an absolute pleasure to cast this tournament for you. I would love to come back again in the future because this has just been a treat.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for participating. Follow DBD Mobile at DBD Mobile on various social media platforms, and we'll see you guys in the fog.